Anyhow, welcome. I hope you enjoy your day out and that you can learn as much as possible from me, and I'll try and do my best to make sure that you have a good understanding of the importance of doing this type of phonics with the children. I often start off with my training sessions by asking people a question. So let's see if we can think about this. You know, when you're a teacher and you have a class in front of you, you know very well that you're going to have a group of children who will learn to read and write very, very easily. And at the other extreme, you will have a group of children who will struggle, and yet they've all received the same teaching from you. So what I want you to do is to discuss and find out why. Why is it, whatever method of teaching you use, this group will do extremely well and the bottom group will struggle a great deal? What is it that the top group have that the bottom group haven't? That is the secret to understanding how to get through to all the children. So discuss amongst yourselves and find out what you think are the reasons why. Off you go. I'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes. All right, let's be having your answers then. You've had a little chance to chatter and find out what you think. What are those causes? What has that top group got that the bottom group haven't? Let's have. Come on, be brave.
I think lots of exposure to books and reading at home.
Some children have much more exposure to books. Their parents read to them a great deal. They speak to them a great deal. There's a tiny element there that does make the difference, but it's not the main things, in my view.
I think some children are just visually strong. You know, they just visually can, you know, they can remember, and you know, it just comes more naturally.
It's memory,
yeah.
Memory. The difference between some children, so it's memory. Those children are able to remember. They can even remember whole words, but they can remember the letter sounds very easily, whereas the bottom group, we know, find it very, very difficult. The top group, they always know the songs, to hymns or nursery rhymes. They just know it very easily. And the others, they might join in the chorus for a little tiny bit and then can't remember anymore. It makes a huge difference. Memory. What's the other one? There's another one.
I think it's something to do with hearing. You know, some people learn through hearing things. It's not just visual. I think, you know, you have to hear the sounds.
You're there on the hearing. Yes, it's the second one. The two key things. It's the type of brain the child has got. Doesn't mean to say they're not intelligent. They can be highly intelligent. But if their brain is not one that hears the sounds easily in words, and somebody doesn't actually do something about it and tune them in, then they're going to find it very much more difficult. So the two attributes you need for actually being able to read the words on the page are a good memory and a good ear for being able to hear the sounds. And that bottom group are usually short on both of those. But there are ways that you can get through to them. And my experience of how I started has a strong significance to this. If you could just go back many years, when I first started, I was in a school that used look and say. So it was based on memorizing whole words. And it worked for most children. But for some children, it didn't work. And our head of department decided that she would try and find out why. Why was it that these children weren't reading so well? And she looked at them further up in the school. The good readers, as soon as they came to a word they didn't know, they were able to work it out. The other readers, when they came to a word they hadn't met before, they didn't know how to do it. Then she looked at why didn't they know how to do it? The others were. They just did not know the letter sounds well enough. And that was where she decided to make a change in the method of teaching. So she said, as they don't know those letter sounds very well, we will devote the first term when they come into school to just learning letter sounds and what to do with them for reading and for writing. And not just the sounds of the alphabet, but the sounds of English. And that was the most important change to start off with. And we found that a large school, so large, three classes, all doing the same. And we found out that it was much more effective. Later on, when the children were 7 years old, they were tested and it showed up on standardized reading tests. Huge jump. We went from a quotient of an average quotient of 102 to 108. Now, if you understand quotients, that was a huge jump. And so it taught us that it was very important that we must make sure those children know the letter sounds. Then we had another influence. We were asked to do a research project, and the philosophy of the man, Dr. Pidgeon, who was asking us to do this program, was that the children should be able and taught to hear the sounds in words before they start learning to read and write. And it was a teacher's nightmare, the actual delivering it, because it was all tape recorders and individual worksheets. And that was very, very difficult to organize for teaching. But his philosophy was spot on. And we found that some children did find it very difficult to hear those sounds. But we simplified his ideas and sort of said, right, children, you want to write the word hat? Listen. H-a-t. You want to write dog? D-o-g. So we do a lot of this, listening for the sounds, holding up a finger, and gradually you tune the children into hearing that. And of course, in hindsight, I look back and think, well, how could we have been so stupid? Because the whole alphabetic system is based on sounds. The reading and writing system is all linked to sounds. And if you're not hearing those sounds, you can't crack the code. And of course, that's what happens. I asked you, why was it the top group are always going to do well, whatever method you use? And the reason is because they've got the two attributes. They've got a reasonable memory, so even if you do ask them to read words, they've got off to a good start. And they certainly find letter sounds mighty easy. And they also have the natural ear for hearing those sounds. They just seem to find it easy. And what happens, they might notice as the teacher or mum is pointing to say the word mum, they might hear the mms. Oh yes, there's a at the beginning and at the end. And it's the same letter. Oh look, man, that's got the same letter. And it goes And they sort of start to notice more mms. And then the d, and dad. There's a d at each end. And dog, that's got a d. And they go clickety-click, and they start to understand how the single letters are working, the little single letter sounds. Maybe then they hear the sort of sh at the beginning of ship and the end of fish, and see two letters are making that. And this will happen more readily to a child who's come from a home where there's been alphabet books and letters on the fridge and so on, because then the squiggly things, the letters, are not so strange to them. And so they then actually teach themselves how to use the alphabetic code. So they're the ones who will do well whatever happens. Now, of course, the children at the other end are the ones who haven't got the good memory and they haven't got the natural ear, but we can tune them in, and after today I hope that you'll see that it's relatively easy to actually tune them in and make sure they hear those sounds, and to make sure that they use their skills for working out the words. So over the years I have tried to keep telling people about how important this was, this improvement that we had. I went to the authorities, but then phonics was going out. Oh, we don't do it like that anymore. Oh, you must be a very good teacher, that's how you get good results. Oh, no, we don't. And so you get nowhere with the authorities, even though you have the higher results, it didn't make any difference. And then one day in 1990, I met a chap called Christopher Jolly, and there you are. He then was a starting publisher. He listened to what I said, it made sense. And then, of course, phonics was just starting to come back. And so it was the right time, and he said, write it. So that's what this has ended up as. My colleague Sarah Wernham at school was a teacher with us. She was very interested and she joined me. And without her, I must admit, a lot of this would never have happened. So there we are, that's how it came about. But it was really how we understood that there's those two attributes you need for working out words. That good memory and also the good ear. Of course, understanding what you read is very, very important as well. But if you can't read it, you can't understand it. So you have to actually make sure that they really know how to decode and work words out. And over the years, I've studied a lot and looked at research, and each time I come back to the damage is done when we ask children to memorize whole words. And literate people find it very difficult to understand unless I change the script, because we're so used to reading English, we've done it for so long, that we don't realize what a hard job it is and how complicated it is. And we tend to expect, just because we put a book in a child's hands, they're going to pick it up. Only that top ever do. So here's my change of script. I've borrowed another language here. Anybody know what it is? No, Korean. But you know, we put in front of the children big books and we point to the words and we think we're doing something that's really easy. But what we need to bear in mind all the time is that our letters are just squiggles, like these are squiggles to us, because we don't understand them. Korean-speaking people, and who know how to read and write, will know exactly what those squiggles mean and how to work those words out. But we, of course, don't know. Let's have a look. This good old-fashioned way of doing it, wasn't it? Hold the words up, and we think it's so easy. Now, come on, children. This is ant. Ant. What is it? Ant. Very good. Well done. Ant. Now, what are you going to do? You know you've got to learn it. And you might be thinking, oh, this is hard. What have I got to do? Now, we often notice that if the card was a bit bent or there was a bit of paint on it, they pick them up more easily. But what happens is that those who've got a very good memory, they somehow do have an ability, it seems, to be able to take the whole thing in and memorize it. But the others can't, so they look for a clue. And if there's no red paint or thumbprint, they look at the letters. And they look for something that's a bit distinctive. So somebody might see that roundy ring bit. Okay, ant. Every time I see that, there's going to be ant. And it works until there's another one. And they see that bit, and they say ant, and the teacher says, oh, no, this is spider. Spider. So what happens then? That child suddenly thought they got the idea of how to do it, and now it's not working. But it's actually doing even more damage than that, apart from their ego, which is really hurt. It's not training them how to read. They're looking for little clues, and they're not being taught that in English we start on the left-hand side and we go along and turn those letters into sounds. And so the eyes start to dart about. And you know very well that some children start to look all over the place when they come to a word that they don't know, that have not been trained in synthetic phonics. And the scientists can measure what the eye is looking at as children read now. And they noticed on the poorer readers, they don't do this processing from left to right. The eye starts to jump all over the place. And that is why some children will actually read words round the wrong way, because they haven't been trained in how the system works from left to right. And so it's very, very important that we recognise that whole word learning is mighty difficult for all children, but is very, very difficult for some of them, particularly difficult. You know, we used to have in the UK the 45 high frequency words, and the children had to learn those in their first year. And teachers would put them in a tin for them and send them home to the parents to learn. Now, would you like it if I sent you home with a tin of Korean and told you what they say? You would find it very, very difficult to master. And so we must remember that asking them to read whole words is difficult. So let's just have a quick look and see, how do we read? Look, here we have 3 words that you have never actually read before because you have never seen them. So you can't have memorized them, but you can read them. So what do they say? So the top one is Phlebberton. And the next one? And the last one? Right, so what a sophisticated skill. You started at the left and you quickly converted them into sounds, coping with a digraph over there, and you came up with your pronunciation. And that's how the alphabetic code works. That's for reading. We start on the left, we turn those letters into sounds and put them all together. And we hardly realize what we're doing because we've done it for so long. It's automatic and you're not really conscious. But we have to make sure that the children do learn that skill and that they all learn it. So then, how do we do the writing? So now I'm going to call out 3 words and I want you to write them down, right? And think what you're doing as you're doing it. The first word I want you to write is Tangdale. Tangdale. The next word is Stranaton. Stranaton. And the third one is Creddingby. Creddingby. So let's have a look on the screen and see. What did you get? My guess is you've probably got Tangdale correct. And what did you do? You listened to me saying the word, and then you thought, right, what sounds are there? Then what letters shall I put down for those sounds? Some you were absolutely confident with. The tang, I'm sure you were quite confident with that. And the dale was probably fine. But sometimes, some of them you might have thought, especially the vowels, oh, it could be this, or it could be that. And that's when we would ask somebody, well, how do you spell your name? Or how do you spell the name of where you live? At Stranaton, the str would have gone down perfectly easily. The a would have been there. You might have had the 1 n instead of 2. The you might have had a different could have had IR, UR, even a single vowel you could have had.
No or.
No.
No or.
No R. Yes, you can just have the 1 vowel. The tun you probably thought, yes, that is a familiar thing. What about the last one? Okay. The last one you might have had E double D. And the BY at the end, you could have had BEY, or even double E, you could have had. And that's the problem with English. It is an opaque alphabetic code. They call it that because it is complex. It is the most complex alphabetic code of all the languages. Transparent alphabets, now countries that have transparent alphabets are Spain and Italy, Germany, Finland. Very simple. Straightforward, simple sound relationships that don't let you down. And English is very, very much different. Why? Well, partly we actually have a very rich language and we use a lot of sounds. More sounds than many languages. I think Spanish has got 23. And we've got how many? 42. Generally accepted is 44. We deal with 42, but 44. And even then they can be arguing over whether that's quite accurate or not. But that's a lot more sounds. But of course there's still only 26 letters. And that's where the first snag comes. Because that means you sometimes have to have 2 letters to represent a sound. And sometimes they use 3 letters and sometimes they use 4 letters to represent the sound. And that is partly because our language is made up of a lot of other languages. We've had lots of influences from other countries. If you take that CH, ch, it's a good old Anglo-Saxon ch sound. The CH sometimes can go k, like in Christmas and chemist, and that will be your Greek influence. Sometimes that CH can go sh, like in champagne, and of course that's your French influence. And we have a lot of French words in our language because we were invaded. And so we've taken them on board. It wouldn't be so bad if we actually stuck to the same letters to represent a sound, even the same 2 letters. If you take the A sound, if we just stuck to AI or AY and kept to that, it would be all right. But of course, you know, there are many different ways of representing the A sound, and that's what makes it very complicated. And lastly, that makes it even worse was that several centuries ago, we printed the first dictionary. And once the words went down in print, that's how they were spelt forevermore. And the trouble is with pronunciation, it changes over the years, and yet the link to the letters has not always been the same. So perhaps we used to say, said, he said. And gradually we've turned it into said. So we've just altered it that little bit, which of course then turns it into a tricky word, the word said. Let's have a look at this. What are the skills that you need for reading? The 2. You need that decoding, that ability to get the words off the page, absolutely fluent and automatic to become a good reader. And you also need your oral understanding of language, vocabulary, and so on. If you're good at both, well then you'll have good reading comprehension. If you have a child who is good at decoding, and you can get them sometimes really snappy little decoders, and they're not understanding what they're reading, it doesn't happen very often, but it can. There is a simple solution. The simple solution is to give them something simpler to read. Basically, they have the ability perhaps to read Dickens, but they can't understand it. So you have to give them something that's much simpler that they can understand, and then make sure that they are understanding as they're reading. But that's the usual problem in our classes, is the poor decoding. And often the children have got perfectly good comprehension, all the desire to read, all the desire to understand, but they just can't decode. So that's what's really important to do something about. And it is the one thing that you can do a lot about, is the decoding. Why have we got this problem? Well, you know, it was a fashion that came through in the English-speaking teaching. Originally it was synthetic phonics, it started off like that, and then somebody said, oh, it's far too complicated, this code. We must let the children just pick it up naturally. So some little grandchild has managed to read by granddad's pointing to it or something like that, and or the father, and they suddenly think that it's dead easy, but of course they've got a child who could pick it up easily. They broke the code themselves, and they had a good memory. Here was what sent alarm bells ringing in all the English-speaking countries, but particularly in London. And this is why. If you have normal distribution, see this curve, that's what you should have for your normal distribution, with just a few children at this end who are struggling, and at the other end a few children who are really exceptionally good. And the majority of us fit in to the bell-shaped curve. Look what happened when they tested in London. 17.9% of the children were below the 70 quotient, which is unbelievably poor. Those children have no chance whatsoever of passing any exams that are going to be linked to reading and writing. In fact, these ones are not going to get exams either. I know the tests, I know what's involved in it, and I know when the children are down there, they haven't got much chance, unless somebody does a really crash course in synthetic phonics. This is a wobbly phase. This will be wobbly, and those will be confident, and they'll go on and do very well. We brought in a national literacy strategy to try and solve the problems, which was to bring back phonics, but unfortunately they chose the wrong phonics. They chose analytic phonics instead of synthetic phonics. And it will have brought back more the bell-shaped curve, but if they'd only realised that synthetic phonics was much, much better, they would have saved all that heartache. But now, of course, they do realise that this is the style of teaching that does work. This was our school, where I was teaching when I left. Look what's happened. And this was the influence of starting with letter sounds and not depending on memory to remember words, and breaking the code and teaching them to be able to hear the sounds in words so they can blend and segment perfectly well after one term. So the whole thing has shunted. We do still have problems. Look at this little one down here. We failed her very badly. She had a terrible memory, and we just didn't have the manpower, and she often didn't turn up as well at school. So the two things were going against her, which is a great shame because she should have been saved. Those two are wobbly, those children there, and they've probably got a little bit of a spatial problem, a language problem, and certainly a memory problem. And then further on, they're all going to be fine. Look at our highest, got between 115 and 119, which is well above average. So they're going to go on and be confident in their secondary education and will do well. This was one of the major researches that had a great influence on the governments, and it's not just the UK government. It will start to. It's all the English-speaking governments, because they all talk to each other and see what's going on in the science world. This was a large set of children in an area that was very impoverished in Scotland, and they found that they put synthetic phonics in at the bottom. But as their controls, they had one group that were doing analytic phonics, and another group that was doing analytic phonics but with a little phonemic awareness thrown in, so listening for the sounds. And after 6 weeks, the synthetic phonics children were so much further ahead that they actually thought it was immoral to go and carry on without teaching the others synthetic phonics. So, oh, hello. And so they decided that they would all have synthetic phonics, and then they measured them every year, and then after 7 years, these were the results. So in a very poor area in Scotland, but look what they got. The reading was actually 3.6 years ahead of chronological age. That is huge difference. The spelling was 1.9 years ahead. Comprehension was 3.5 months ahead. So the comprehension was above average, but it was not nearly as strong as their ability to read. And for people who are not so keen on phonics, they'll say, oh, there you are. They can read, but they don't understand. So the scientists went and tested the children in schools that were using analytic phonics to see if their comprehension was better. And it was far worse. They were below average, their comprehension. So although it's not as high as we would like it to be, the comprehension, it certainly is respectably above on average. And we still perhaps need to learn more about how to improve comprehension. But certainly if you can get the words off the page, you've got every chance of being able to understand. And it's just life's experiences that tend to give you more understanding of language. Very often we hear that the boys aren't as good as the girls. And that's not the case when they've had synthetic phonics teaching. The boys are just as good, if not better. Look at the boys. They were reading 9.5 months ahead of those girls. And the boys were spelling 8.6 months ahead of the girls. Very important, and I will be asking you later why. So you can start thinking. Here we've got another school. This is a school in Bristol, very large school, 3 class intakes, so that makes it statistically viable. And this school is in a very poor area, poor environment, has all the problems. But what they did then was jolly phonics in the first term. And then at the end of the first term, there were the 3/4 or how many was going smoothly, and then the other group really hadn't started. You know, they were still not mastering the letter sounds at all, and they started all over again with those children. And then out of that group, they would find just starting again and doing it was enough for some of those children, but others still needed a bit of extra. They were given extra help in small groups of 3 or 4, a little like 15 minutes for most days, and that was enough to get these results. 94% achieved level 4, which doesn't mean much, but it's what 11-year-olds should achieve in the English testing system, compared to 77% of the rest of the country. So you're comparing a school in a very poor area with the rest of the country, not even with other poor area schools. So to get that difference was huge. So it's no wonder that the government has had to come out and say that teachers must use synthetic phonics. It doesn't have to be jolly phonics, but it has to be this style of phonics, because this is what gets through to the greatest number of children. The higher level, level 5, is where they're achieving 2 years ahead of their chronological age. 65% of this school, now this is in the poorest environment going, compared to 27%. So it shows what's possible. And they're boys. How often do you hear that the boys don't like writing? But they do when you teach them exactly how to do it. And 33.3% of those boys achieved that level 5 in writing, compared to 11% in the rest of the country. So it's not surprising that those results have had to be listened to. They sent an inspector into the schools to see which was the best, the analytic or the synthetic phonics, and he had to come out and find in favour of synthetic phonics, just from looking at the standard that was being achieved by the children.
Sorry, can you explain what analytic phonics?
Analytic phonics is where you teach the letter sounds more incidentally. You perhaps have several words where the p sound comes in and they have to try and listen for it. And then they gradually teach a bit of phonics. So it starts off with whole words, memorizing, and then gradually introduces some of the phonics, but never goes to the extent that the synthetic phonics does. So it's a mix of methods. You're mixing the whole word memorizing with a little bit of incidental phonics. You might teach the consonants and the short vowels of the alphabet, so that when they see that first letter, they've got a start to the word. But there's none of this processing all through the word that we do with synthetic phonics. And these are the main things of synthetic phonics. So you've got to learn those letter sound correspondences, how to blend them, and then how to, for writing, how to hear the sounds, break them into segments of sounds so that you can spell the words. The basic 3 things of the alphabetic code. So what you're really doing is teaching the children how the code works. You're teaching them how to read and how to write before asking them to do it. And that is the power of the program. This is the sort of simple view of reading. You've got your language processes there, understanding, and you've got being able to read the words. If you're good at language and you're good at decoding, then you'll be a good reader. If you're poor at decoding and poor at language, you've got both things against you, and you'll be poor at reading. The 2 things are very important, and we concentrate in Jolly Phonics, of course, on the decoding. There's criterion that you can read on the website if you have an interest. Basically everything that I'll be saying, but the last thing they managed to get into the criterion, which they didn't with the Jim Rose report, was the decodable readers. And decodable readers, that's providing the children with reading books that are practicing what you have taught them. And that is the very important thing if you're going to make sure that bottom group of children read well. They have gone into match funding in the UK. I don't know if it will ever come your way, but they offer £3,000 to schools who want to spend £3,000 on synthetic phonics training or materials. So it's basically saying, if you want, we want you to do synthetic phonics, so we're going to finance you so you can do it. So let's see, what are the main skills of the program? There you are. Learn those letter sounds. They've got to be absolutely fluent at it. No sort of, what's that one, hesitance. It's got to be fast. And the 42, first of all, one way for each sound. And then after that, we start the other ways of representing the sounds. That letter formation, the person who teaches letters first, the writing, is the one who has to make sure the formation is correct. If you're fussy with them when they're young, you will find that they will do it. I could, in a year with the children, it would be very rarely that any of them were forming them incorrectly by the time they'd finished. It depends on how fussy you are, but if you are, you'll get it. Blending, that's the reading one we're going for. They've just got to be fast at working out unknown words. The 4th one, that was the influence of the Dr. Pigeon and the research program. And basically, they've just got to be able to hear that, rabbit is r-a-b-it, to help them with their writing, just like you did when you wrote those words down for me. The tricky words we don't do straight away. We wait for a few weeks before we start those. So basically, they're learning to read words as if it's a transparent alphabet. And then we have to hit them with the fact that it's an opaque one and it has got some awkward bits, but we do it bit by bit, gradually. The philosophy is to go from simple to more complex. In the past, when it's been whole words, we've gone from very complicated and hoped it would work, and if it doesn't, then for the remedial class, they would have to start phonics. It's the wrong way round. We want them to understand how the code works first before asking them to read books. Here are the ones that we introduce. The order can be different in another program, and it doesn't matter. The important thing is that you go from the simple and gradually to the complex. But we did have reasons for choosing those first 6 letter sounds, and the reason was that we could make the most words from those letters. Somebody told me that, so I thought that's good enough for me. We wanted the caterpillar k to go in early because that forms the D, the O, the G, the Q. We kept the D and the B separated because they're notoriously tricky and awkward. We've put that digraph A in there before we finish the single letters. And we did it absolutely deliberately because we wanted to say the digraphs are just as important as the single letters. Very often people have thought of phonics as just the sounds of the alphabet. But it isn't. It's the sounds of, and it shouldn't be, it's the sounds of the English and how we represent them. And then we just had to choose the others. Now, just imagine, this is an activity for you to do, just imagine you've taught these letter sounds, you've taught the s, a, t, I, p, n, k, e, h, r, m, d. You've just taught the d, one to them, and you want to have a set of words for them to practice with so that they get the blending practice. Now, the important thing is to have these words at your fingertips. And what I want you to do now is to see how many words you can make from those letter sounds that the children could then work out the words from. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Each word needs a d in it because this is the latest one and you want them to practice this letter sound. So every word has to have a D in it, a D. No letter names, just the sounds we're dealing with, and they've got to be able to work out the words. So 3 minutes, off you go. Right, has anyone got more than 20? That's 20. Anybody more than 25? Well. Would you like to just call yours out then?
Sad, tad, pad, had, rad, mad, dad, dads, pads, did, sid, hid, red, rids, dam, dams, ted, ed, ned, red, dick, din, dips, dins, desk, deck, dem, desks, desk, decks, dent, and dint.
Very good, very good. And but there were one or two that I heard, and I had yesterday as well. Things like said or dead and things like that. Now, of course, what's wrong with that? You haven't taught the AI, and even then, it doesn't go, doesn't sound out properly in with the code. It's an irregular word. So. That's what's so important, is providing the words for the children to practice on. So you either have them on your board and you practice all together as the class. This group might be good at blending, or they can have a pile of those words. And this word bank is very, very useful for that. We haven't got Tanya yet, have we here? Oh, because I've sent materials over on the internet, and so she'll put them available for anybody who wants to download them. So I hope that she's going to do that. But I'll give my email at the end. If anybody doesn't get the things that I'm talking about, then you're welcome to email me. But here you see, as they learn the letter sounds, you get more and more words that become available. And that's the secret, is to...
Use the bank of words.
You have put that in now, yes, yes. So if you haven't got that book, you can have it from here. So that's the secret, is to provide enough words for the children to blend and work out. Blending is not easy for some of them, and there's a great tendency for people to think, oh, they're not very good at blending, I'll do whole words. That's not the thinking that you need to have. You need to have, because they're not very good, they need twice as much teaching, or even 3 times as much teaching, and then they will master it. If you go down the whole word method, you will then find that you're spending a lot of your time memorizing a few words, and they'll never ever become good at reading. It's only through the blending route, and I'll explain more about that later. So here's this is from my word bank, so you can see there's a lot of words and a lot of them that you were saying. If it's underlined, it is because the pronunciation is not as pure as it might be. So on the whole, certainly in English, we don't go panda, and we don't say panday, we go panda, and we sort of swallow it. But for reading, if they go panda, it's close enough for them to think, oh yes, that's a panda. And so they can get the ones that are underlined, but it's not quite as easy as the ones that are not underlined. So, it's a matter of being aware of it, that some words get close to the pronunciation, but not totally. So let's have a little look here. Those are for older children. Here, so we've been practicing these letter sounds. We've done, we do the single letters first, then into the digraphs. Now, of course, when we come to that digraph, they've got to learn that 2 letters will make the one sound. And then they learn as well about the long vowels, A, E, I, O, U. And then we cover that a bit later. In writing, they need to be able to hear the sounds in words and identify them. So if they want to write house, they've got to hear h, house. And then they've got to know that there's perhaps more than one way of writing ow, and they've got to try and choose the right one. If you read a lot, then you'll often remember what kind of owl goes in those words. The children who read a great deal, the children who've got good memories, they will always find spelling easier, but there are so many words that are difficult that we need to practice in spelling lessons as well. The other skill that's very important is identifying those sounds, and that's something we're going to have a little go at now. I'm going to call out some words, and I want you to listen for the sounds. Supposing I called out the word sheep, I want you to think sh, e, p, 3 sounds. So all I want you to do is to count the sounds and put the number down. Are you ready? The first word is roast. Roast. How many individual sounds? How many phonemes? Number 2, the word is who. Count the sounds. Who. Who. Number 3, strong. Strong. Number 4, think. Think. Number 5, stumble. Stumble. Number 6, through. Through. Number 7, rubbish. Number 8, 6. The word is 6. Number 9, the. And number 10, marmalade. How many sounds? Okay, let's go through those, and I want you to actually hold up a finger for each one that you call out. Okay? And then you can see how well you've done. Roast. O, S, T. 4 sounds. 4 sounds. Did anybody get anything different? Did anybody have three? Three. Did you go o, st? That's because you're too sophisticated. You need to, for the children, to go down to every single sound. That's what you're after. And then later on, as you get better at it, of course, you start to chunk. But we need to go down to the single. Let's go to the number 2. Who? Her. Ooh. It starts with a h. Her. Ooh. And quite an irregular one, isn't it? Who. 2 sounds. The next one was strong. St. 5. Anybody different there? I know you might not have got these. Did anybody go ng? In some accents they do. In some, in Scottish particularly, they tend to go strong. And because they pronounce it, then they've got 6. It's not a... dealing with pronunciation is not an exact science. Think. K. 4. Stumble. B. 6. Through. 3. And that's interesting, isn't it? One of the words is spelt with 7 letters, but there's only the 3 sounds, of course, and the other's 5 letters. So the 2 different meanings spelt in different ways. Rubbish. 5. 6. Technically, it is 4 sounds. Technically, but if you're doing phonics, just think it's 3. Because phonics is just about making the code as easy as possible for young children to handle. It's not an exercise in linguistics. So you want to keep it as simple as possible. It's like qu. We kind of think of qu as a digraph, but it's not. It's a blend, actually. It's a k and a w blend. But there's no point in worrying the children about splitting that. You might just as well learn that it's a qu, and when you want to write queen, down it goes, the QU. The next one is the.
Could you explain to them that it sounds like a
Qu. When it, qu.
Would you explain when you're trying to explain that sound?
Well, to the children,
Yeah.
I wouldn't bother. No. I mean, later on, or if somebody noticed.
Their spelling. They will write KW and you teach them that you don't ever have KW in English.
Yes. That's a useful little exercise. I mean, if it came up, but I've never known them to bring it up. But you do say, yes, there are really. But especially if you're sort of saying that, it's got one sound, then of course it's a bit difficult then. But no, I wouldn't worry the children with it, and they don't seem to notice. So you just learn it as qu. And the same as, yeah. So let's, this is the same as the 2 letters for the one sound, for the one letter for the 2 sounds. So, it's not worth getting worried about those things. Let's go to the. That's a bit more tricky. What's this? Do you say there?
We do say that.
You do say there, yes. I'm always caught in Ireland. Because you do pronounce your sounds much better than the English, and the Scottish do as well. Just so the south of England has got a bit sloppy, and it tends to be an for the. But if you're doing it there, it's not a tricky word. So, you don't need to worry about it. But it's 2 sounds. Marmalade. All right. Now there was an interesting one because you do pronounce it differently. We say R, and you're going R. Are you saying two sounds for ma, R, or is it
No, I would say R.
R? So R is one sound then, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. So it was going wrong then, yeah. Okay, let's try it again. R, A, D. 7 sounds. And for us, in marmalade, there's a little schwa, a swallowed sound. Can you say marmalade for me?
Marmalade.
Marmalade. You do more of an A, don't you? Marmalade. Well done. It's interesting, isn't it? So there we are. Very important that we think in sounds and we get the children to think in sounds so that they can represent those sounds and write. So I said I'd ask, so why is it that boys are poorer than girls when you don't use strong synthetic phonics? What is causing it? So you have a little chat amongst yourselves. Why are those boys in difficulties? Let's see what you've worked out. Okay. Are they? Okay, let's see. All right. Okay. Just like a class. Now, would you like to say what you were, because I overheard you, and you were saying exactly what I think as well, and I used to think.
The boys are more logical, that they want a system, and here's their system.
Yes,
You know.
yeah, they like codes and so on. Yes, and even you said something else. That if it seems a bit hard, you know, and if it seems a bit hard, they'd rather play football than get on with it. And there is that tendency, and that's what I used to think it was. But science is telling us more nowadays in that you can do scans of the brain, so they're sort of being able to see what's going on in the brain. And it really is about the boys having different brains to girls. And I guess it goes back to the hunting days, because boys much prefer the visual and the spatial. They're better on the spatial. Even though it hurts me to say it, they do park the car on the whole better than I can. Stronger on the spatial, on the memory. So if they're given a chance, they will go by memory rather than processing to sounds. But us ladies are more on the speech side and the language side and the chattering and the socializing, and so the girls are more likely to process to the sound than the boys. The boys will try and memorize. Now, why does that go wrong? Because when you memorize a word, instead of blending it, it goes into the right hemisphere of the brain where the visual side is. And the big snag is that it has a limited space there. And if you can just imagine, if our words were just written with no link to sounds, just imagine somebody flung down some letters and said, this is how we write this word. The maximum our human brains can manage is about 2,500. 2,500 words. If you've got a bit of knowledge, they only use the first letter perhaps to help them. They'll perhaps go to a memory of 5,000 words. Now 5,000 words will only give them a reading age of about 9-ish. And that's not nearly enough if they're going to do well in their education. But there are a lot of children who go into secondary school with reading ages that are about 9, 10, and it's often caused because they've been memorizing the words and they can't remember any more. And unless somebody that does strong synthetic phonics with them and it's usually hard work to catch up, they're not going to ever change from a reading age that's going to be about 9, 10. And we've got a lot of people, adults, who've got that reading age, and it was because of the wrong way of teaching them in the first place. This is an interesting one. The scans of the brain. Now this one, here is the right hemisphere, and this is a poor reader, and the scan has been done on the brain when this child was a poor reader, about an 8-year-old. And you can see it's well developed in that right hemisphere and not much in the left. Then this same child was given a very strong crash course in synthetic phonics and became a good reader, lots of blending. And look, it's gone smaller in the right hemisphere, but the left has gone much larger. So if you use it, it will expand. And the thing is that if you blend words, you blend them a few times and then it goes into a kind of automatic recall. Whether that brain is still doing it very fast, I'm not quite sure, but it goes into automatic recall, and then you can actually memorize or have this automatic recall to millions of words, because the word is processed and not memorized. And that is the really crucial thing that we need to understand, that when we ask them to memorize whole words, we are doing everything incorrectly. We're asking them to memorize, which is harder, and then if they stick to that memorizing, they're going to end up as a handicapped reader. This was a really interesting experiment that was written in a book that I was reading, and they wanted to see how well people could memorize symbols and whole words, kind of thing. And these two groups of university students were asked to memorize 30 words, and the words were in their made-up system, right? One group was told that there is actually a code to this, and the other group weren't. But they had to try and learn the 30 words in that day. And at the end of the day, they were tested. And the ones who were told it was the code were actually poorer at the end of the day. The ones who were memorizing had more, because the ones who were doing the code were still trying to work the code out. But then after that, the code group started to become much better, because every day they had 30 to learn. And the very interesting thing was, of course, the code ones became good at it, and the others struggled. But what they noticed, the ones who were doing the memorizing, was that as they had the new lot of words to learn, they started to forget the ones they'd learnt in the first place. It hadn't stuck. And how often have we noticed that when there's been whole word memorizing, that they knew it last week, you know, we did it last week, and you knew it then, and then it's gone. And that's the snag about whole word memorizing. So it's very important that they understand what the code is. And of course, the code in this one is from bottom up. That's the interesting part. So look at synthetic phonics, what it does. It teaches the alphabetic code from the beginning and applies it to reading and writing. So they're understanding what they're doing right from the beginning. And we start in a simple way, and then we gradually build up to the more complex aspects of it. Good readers are always good at decoding, at working out, at blending. And that English code is quite awkward. Let's have a look at it. In Jolly Phonics, we do the first A as the AI. And then we teach the other two common ways of writing that A. But then just have a look what else there is. And there is an alphabetic code that I have written for you, which will go on the website as well. Here, sometimes just the A will give an A sound. Not often, but it sometimes does. Then sometimes EI, sometimes EY, EIGH, Even E.T., ballet, you know, that's bound to have come from France. EA, there's only the 3 words as far as I know, great, break and stake. So it's hardly worth learning that as another A sound. You might as well just learn those 3 words. And straight, I think that's the only one that I know that's AIGH. So as you go down, they're words that we don't have very often. So they will be the last ones to be taught. But you know, the children, once they're taught the AI, the AY and the A hop over E, that's usually enough for them in reading. They will have enough understanding of how the words are working out to be able to cope with some of the other oddities. And they don't need much showing before they can manage that. So you don't have to teach the whole lot for reading, but I think for spelling you have to cover them somehow, either as spelling patterns later on or as another way of writing A. Here's that alphabetic code that I've got for you. So look, see, there's the A, all the different A's. So if you want to look at that, I don't think this is for the children, this is for us. And it's a good reminder as to how awkward our language is. Not as easy as we tend to think about it. There's another thing that's worth reflecting on. Many people say that there are no such things as silent letters. There are either 1 letters giving the sound, or 2 letters, digraphs, or 3 letters are giving it, a trigraph, or even 4 letters, which some people call a quadgraph. But the snag is that different programs will have different thinking. And you might get one program who looks at the word guy and says, look, that's the G, and the I sound is being made by the 2, the UY. Then another program will say, oh, no, no, no. The GU is the G sound, and the Y is the I sound. Or, in Jolly Phonics, in our thinking, we say, oh, no, no, this is a G, and that's an I, and that's a silent one. That's a nuisance, and you've got to learn it. Nobody's right, and nobody's wrong. Just that the code on the outside is not as dominant and strong as it could be. And so it's just developed, and people have developed it in different ways. So basically, use the program you're using and teach in that way. And of course, they were called silent letters because a lot of them were actually originally. If you take the word knight, the shining knight in armour, the Scottish used to say knicht, knicht. So they pronounce the K. They also pronounce the GH with a ch kind of sound. So it was pronounced, and then it went out of pronunciation as language alters over the years. You see, do we really want to worry the children with telling them that IS is another way of writing I? Or SL is another way of writing... That's a noisy one. Or SL is another way of writing S. Mortgage. Or is it just easier to say, look, you know, this is a silly letter, it's a silent letter, but when you're spelling it, you've just got to remember, when you write Ireland, you've got to put Island, and you find a little route to try and help them remember. So, if you're not very good at hearing those sounds, or you're not very aware of it, we have our Jolly Dictionary, and the interesting thing is that I want to show you is that the pronunciation guide. So we've got there the guide, and that will tell you how many sounds are in the words. So if you want to test yourself, you can then go and look at that and find out how many sounds. Now, what we took, instead of using the International Phonetic Alphabet, have you ever seen that? It's very, very complicated. It's in all the dictionaries, but we don't look at it, do we? Because it is very complicated. So we wanted a simple way of doing it, and so we looked at our 42 sounds, so we're representing most of the sounds of English there. All we needed to do was to join the digraphs to make all, so they could recognize all the sounds, and have 2 more symbols. One symbol was for the schwa sound, the swallowed one. When we say camel, we go camel, we don't go camel or camille, we go camel. and the other one, I don't suppose you notice the missing sound that we've got. It's a rare one, the j sound, like in treasure and television and measure, those ones, a j sound. It doesn't come very often, and it's often represented by different letters, so it's a bit of an awkward one, which we haven't worried about in our teaching until we get into more the grammar stage. So there we are, that's a pronunciation. So that's our sort of the understanding behind Jolly Phonics and behind the alphabetic code, and making sure the children master this. And there's quite a lot of learning there, really. So you need to devote quite a bit of time. And one of the sad things in education is that they've tried to fill the curriculum up too much in the early stages with too many things, instead of actually providing enough time to master these codes, the reading code, the writing code, and the maths code. And if you don't get that thorough foundation, and you're going up the school, the curriculum gets really wide and nobody has the time to devote to those children to try and put it right. So if we could only just learn to get it right at the beginning, put all our resources in at the beginning, because the expensive thing in education is trying to deal with those children further up that haven't got the literacy skills. So it really is very important that we understand the best ways of teaching. Well, I'm just wondering if we could have coffee now, or they said 11. I better go to 11 in case, because Tanya's not here. So I'll go on, and we'll stop at 11. Is there anything that's worrying you about the system and the understanding?
Not really, but we were wondering, you know, when you introduce it to, and if you have multiple classes, it's, how do you go back with the one, you know, it's grand if you're starting from junior infants and going up, but we're wondering about the ones that are a year on or 2 years on. And
so you've got several age ranges in the class. It's very difficult. There's no doubt about that. But there is no solution other than it has to be taught. The only one benefit you've got is that a child who struggled, when you've got to do it for the new ones that have come in, they can go through again and get that groundwork made thoroughly embedded. I mean, just count your lucky stars that you probably haven't got a foolish system that we had in our school, in that the children were brought in 3 times a year. So they were brought in the term, they were going to be 5. So you get the older ones coming in September, their birthdays between September and December. The next group came in January, and the last group came in, the youngest ones, not only had the disadvantage of being youngest in the year group, but they were given 2 terms less education. So you would have to repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. I mean, luckily we were a large school, so we had different teachers for each class, but that would be really difficult, wouldn't it? But you see, you have to do it in number. You have to then start at the beginning again and teaching the number. What you have to do is to shorten how you tell it. You haven't got the time to elaborate it quite so much, and get some of the older ones to help teach it or help dramatize it or help make it memorable for those younger ones. But there is no easy route. It is very difficult.
you really should go back to the beginning. No matter
You have to. And actually, even if you've got a child who is struggling later on, maybe come from another school, if they come in and they aren't doing very well, I will look and see what letter sounds they know or don't know, and I will go right back to where it starts to go wrong. So they might know the single letter sounds and no digraphs. So I will forget reading books completely, right back to the beginning, and learn the system properly. And sometimes that just makes them feel so good, because they're struggling with books, they don't enjoy books because they can't read them easily, and going back and having success with lots of little words that they can manage, and they just improve their blending skills and improve their letter knowledge, and then you take them on. And I think it happens the same in the code of maths. If you don't get it right at the bottom, you have children going through just saying, I'm no good at maths, I'm no good at maths. What really is that somebody hasn't seen the bit that they've missed out. They've missed out somewhere further down. And if you can only catch it at the right time and get them a decent understanding of how the codes are working, then you've got a much better chance of keeping them up in the class as they go along. So a very difficult one. Anybody else with a problem that... Do you have any assistants in the classroom with the junior primary or the junior infant? Therefore, you know, you've got jam on it actually, because if you're only the one teacher, it's much more difficult. But if there's two of you, well, one can be looking after the others while they get on with comprehension or something, and then teach the others the letter sounds. And you can then take a weak one and put them in with the newcomers, and that will really reinforce their learning. Anybody else?
We do that in our school, like station teaching, where there's 3 teachers in the room and one is focusing on the sounds, the other is on formation. It's 3 times a week, so it really works with the program.
All right. And are you sort of saying that if they're brilliant at formation, they don't go to the formation one, or?
No, there's CI juniors and seniors together. So the juniors, some of the weak kids and senior infants work with the junior infants because they're back on a junior infant program. So they are at the formation group, but then that changes for the senior infants activity. It's CBC words, you know, whatever we're focusing on for that week.
All right.
And then when they move over then to my table, we'll say for the sounds and breaking up sounds, and then they move over to the other table for oral language some activity. So it just gets loads done. And
that's one way. We also have, there's another program in the UK called Read Write Inc. And there they actually stream for their phonic knowledge. So those who are really racing ahead will go into the school. So they'll all move around. So for the 20 minutes phonics, they will be in their right kind of group for their ability. It's got some strength to it, and it's a lot of organisation. But somehow, whichever way you organise it in your own class, you have to be able to make sure that the children do get those skills. And I think it's having it in your mind that it is my responsibility to make sure they do actually read. And so somehow you have to work it out that the good ones get on and you're dealing with the weaker ones at some stage. You know, when you've got the big class and you're practicing letter sounds, those children, you think perhaps all of them are calling it out, but actually the fast ones are calling them out and the others are copying. When it comes to blending, the fast ones are getting to the word and the others are a little behind and they're copying. So you have to actually split your class there as well. You know, even if they might be the same age, you have to keep the ones who are good quiet or send them off to another activity and deal with those who are sort of copying them and who really need to think for themselves. So it's not easy, because 30 children is quite a lot to have to make sure that they're all mastering. And of course there is a lot of learning of the letter sounds. It does take time. Basically we look on our Jolly Phonics as the first year, and then we have Jolly Grammar, which is sort of extends the phonics and does more with punctuation, alphabet work, and as well as parts of speech. And then the next year we go to the Grammar Handbook 2, and now Grammar Handbook 3 has come out, so we've got one that's going for the next year, and then we've got several more plans, so they will be coming along. The only thing that we haven't really sorted is when is it the absolute best time to teach the Jolly Phonics. We found it worked very well, which would be our senior infants, but it does work very well with the younger ones, who, say the 3 to 4 year olds, if they're in nursery. And the research shows that the children, the younger ones, were just as able to learn the letter sounds. They were just as able to blend, just as able to identify the sounds. So the younger ones are perfectly able to learn those 3 skills. They may not be so strong in their pencil control, they may not be so strong in their vocabulary because they're much younger, but they can still learn those 3 skills. It doesn't mean they're all going to be good, because if you've got a poor memory, you're going to have a poor memory at 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. That is the way your brain is. It's made with a poor memory. And if you've not got the natural ear for hearing the sounds, you'll not hear it at 3, 4, or 5. It'll be difficult until you're taught. The one advantage of starting earlier is that those children who've got the poor memory and not the basic, the easy skills, have got longer to actually master it, and before the curriculum gets too wide. So there's a lot to say for going and starting early. One of the interesting things that's happening now in Spain is that the Spanish governments and parents want their children to learn English and to read and write in English, so that they can have access to the internet, of course. And English has seemed to become the world language to a large extent. And what they do, they take the 3 and 4 year olds, and they're talking to them for 40% of the time. They're teaching them 40% of the time in English. And at the same time, they're teaching them jolly phonics. They're teaching them how to work out the words. And those little Spanish children are doing it really just as well as the English ones at being able to blend and work out the words and so on. And because they're being spoken to for 40% of the time, they're at an age where they pick up language very, very easily. And so it's working, they're coming together. And of course, the irony is that actually they don't need to be taught to read and write in Spanish, because it's such a simple code compared to the English code. And once you've cracked the code in one language that's very similar, they can actually read Spanish and write Spanish without being taught it, because they've been tuned in, they're used to reading and writing words in English, and so they can do it in Spanish. So, once you've cracked the code in one alphabetic language, you can then go and manage to read words in other languages. There's your 5 basic skills. That's what we use in Jolly Phonics. We've done that one before. And basically, the Phonics Handbook, which you're probably most familiar with, that's the one that we started with. And you can use that, and if you follow that, you can get very, very good results. And you don't need to look at other materials at all, even, apart from reading books. But I will talk about other materials, but they're a bonus rather than absolutely essential. We have introduced a new, we've got the whiteboard software, and we've also brought in some pupil books that link to the whiteboard software as well. And there's a teacher's book, a new teacher's book. And in the new teacher's book, it is a very useful one because you've got far more structure in your lesson notes. And you've got your word bank there as well. So you're told what words can be used with the children. So you can pick the ones that you think they're most likely appropriate for your class. And you can have them on the board, and you can practice blending. And you can practice dictation and writing words and so on. So all the guidance is there, and it links to pupil books, but even if you didn't use the pupil books, it links to the software on the whiteboard, and it just guides your teaching, gives you more detail than the Phonics Handbook. You've got them in black and white, the pupil books, or in colour. So basically, The steps I've given you a handout that are steps, and the first steps you'll see for reading, we teach the first 3 groups of letter sounds. Those 6 each group has got 6 letter sounds in it. And we teach the children how to work out the words with those letter sounds. And then for the writing, we teach them how to form those letters, and we teach them how to listen for the sounds in words. And of course, if you can hear that hot is h-ot, and you know how to write those letters, you know how to spell that word. And that's how they learn to write in the beginning. Keeping to regular words so it can't go wrong. And that way, they do very well. So let's have a look. In the teaching, for each letter sound there is a story, and into the story comes the sound, and also an action. And I started these actions years ago because I noticed that if I was a bit silly, they remembered it more easily. And somehow when you're with the children, it's easier to be silly than when you're with adults. But I started with the and we thought of yummy food, and we all rubbed our tummies and went We got paper plates, and we cut up coloured sticky paper and stuck on sausages and chips and peas and things. And we painted the letters, we made them in plasticine, so we did a lot around it, and they then found that easier to learn. So the was the starter, and then after that there became little actions for them all. So through the story, we introduce that sound and the action. And the first one is the s sound, and the finger phonic books are the useful ones because they illustrate the story. So here we are, we've got the S page, and the story is about how the family go out, and the boy and the dog race off and look at the pond and do all sorts of chatty things you can talk to the children about. But in the end, you've got to get the dog barking, and they go and look and see what the dog is barking at, and out of the grass comes a snake. S. There's your sound. The action is wiggling your hand around like that, like a snake. So there's the S. Then for the formation, you can sort of say, look children, see this shape that looks a bit like a snake? You can feel the shape. When you see that, you've got to say S. And then you send them to the books in the classroom and see if they can find any S shapes as well. You show them on the board, and then you also do it in the air. Now this air writing is very powerful. So you get the children to hold their hands up, and you say, now follow me, watch carefully. We start like this, and we go round, and then we get under where we started, we go round again, just like that snake. S, s. Now of course as teachers you've got to be careful, because you've got to do it in mirror writing. And that can be quite tricky, and if you're really not sure, it's better to do it that way and get it right. But there are only 2 movements that you have to learn. And one is this movement, and that will start the S and all the caterpillar K letters, the tummy ones, the C, the D, the O and the G. And the other is to know which way the word is going. So the word is going this way. Now for you, that will look left to right. For me, it's my right to left. Okay? So if you've got this movement and this one, that will help, because most of the letters are the downs, and that's no problem, but you have to think, which way are you going? And the other, there's 2 that are a little bit awkward, but you just think, one is the E, which way am I going? Along and over the top. For the Z, which way am I going? Come back. So if you just learn those 2 movements, you'll find mirror writing is relatively easy. But of course the thing is, it keeps the children busy feeling the shape of it before they go and try and write it. And that is a powerful way of learning. It also keeps them active. If you notice, this way of teaching has come out of the classroom, and we know when you've got lots of little bodies, you've got to keep them busy and active and participating. So they have their story, they've got their actions. When you practice the cards, the flashcards of the letters, they're doing their actions. When you're doing the air writing, they're moving. When it comes to blending, they're saying the sounds and trying to get the word. And when it comes to segmenting, they're putting up a finger. So it's all active, and that's what keeps them attentive and on task. So remember those 5 skills? We've covered 2 of them, letter sounds, formation. Now we go on to the pencil hold you have to show as well for the writing. How often do we actually show the children how to hold their pencil? It doesn't happen normally. So we have to teach the children to do wiggly wigglies. Now we don't need these children, hide those 2. We're just going to use these 3 fingers to hold the pencil. The pencil goes between the thumb and the first finger, and this 3rd one stops it falling on the ground. And what I want you to do is to make your knuckles go out. And when they go out, they look like little froggy legs. And so when you go to do your writing, you must have your froggy legs ready. And this 3rd finger is the log the frog sits on. So there we are. So when you go to do writing, just remind them, don't forget your froggy legs. So we do little practice that. If you can get it correct at the beginning, or break a habit that's started at home already, then you're going to do very well with it. Then, blending. Well, of course, with only 1 letter sound, you can't blend any real words. But you can start the process, and it's called auditory blending. And you basically say to the children, you've got to listen. Now, I want to see if you can point to the s, a, n, s, a, n, s. And 1 or 2 in your class will hear that that's sun, and they'll come and point to it. And where's the b, oi, or the d, o, g? And you might get 1 or 2 more start to hear it. And of course, the children who hear it first are those ones who are the natural ones. It just seems to come to them so easily. And the ones who are last are going to be your headache. So that's the reading. Tuning the children in to hear the word when you say the sounds. Writing is the other way round. They know the word they want to write. It might be sun, but they need to know that it's made up of a s, a, n. They've got to be able to hear that, which is a bit hard for the first day, so we just listen to the sound of the day. Is there a s in sun? And they usually go, yes, yes. Very good. Is there a s in snake? And again, it's usually yes. Very good. Well done. Is there a s in dog? And a lot of them are going, yes, yes. Yeah. Haven't quite got what you're after, and some don't hear it as easily. But some do, and they'll know exactly what you're on about. So you're tuning their ears in for reading and writing. If you had a child who was really very poor, after a while, not the first day, but after a little while, they're very poor, then it's worth having a set of little words like these, CVC type words. There's a heap of them on the Jolly Phonics Resource CD. But you can also buy them in packs, CVC type words. So long as you've got the pictures of those words, that's what you need. And perhaps just put the 2 pictures in front of a child. Take that child quietly and then say, what's this? And get them to say it's a bed. What's that? A sock. Yes, good. Now, which one is the sock? And it's very, very rare that a child can't hear that. The clues have been so strong that they will start to get success with that. Then put 2 more down. What are they? Which one is perhaps the b, e, d? And so on. And you're just starting to give them success. You have to somehow get through to them. And then they start to get the knack of it, and they tune themselves back. Some people say, well, what happens if they never can? Well, it should never happen, because if they can speak, they have learnt to do it as they learnt to speak. Babies babble in sounds, and then they learn to put them together. And they have to be quite good at it, because, if you have to take the words like cat, cut, cot, kit, ever so similar, just a little vowel is changing, so they've got to be able to hear that difference in the vowels. And if they've managed to do that, to learn those words, when they're talking, they will be able to do this. So if they can speak, they'll be able to identify the sounds. It just seems to go a bit dormant. Once they've passed the early stages of learning to speak, it kind of doesn't get used in the same way. They're not learning in that way. And so this seems to go a bit dormant, and you've kind of got to wake it up and tune them in. Whereas the others, it seems to stay there longer. So I don't understand why, but that's the way it does. Anyhow, we'll call it there because it is coffee time, and we'll then carry on afterwards, okay? Let you have a little break. Whatever. Did anybody think of anything else that, you know, timing or anything?
It's just a question that I had. I was using the Johnny Phonics and had somebody who's very good at it, but has to sound out everything. Can't move on to perfectly good sound out like cook or food for knowledge for good, you know. I cannot sing
well, just you have to sort of try and get through to them that you say the sounds just in the beginning, but you want to try and say the word straight away, and just do it with one word, and until. Those. I mean, you will sometimes get somebody going, was. Oh, yes, that was one. You know, it takes a long time before it goes in. Poor memory, usually. Poor memory. It takes time. Okay? Yeah, it's a. So, no, I think that's a lot. Has it your school? I mean, sometimes two people are from the so somebody's got that. Yes, okay, right. Okay. Right. There. It sounds as though you had lots to chatter about. In the, are there any questions?
Yes, there were a couple of us wondering when you actually give them the letter name. At what point?
Yes. This is something that I think is important, that we leave the names until we've gone for a few weeks. About the fourth, fifth type of group, then we start to sing the alphabet. But we need to recognise that letter names do not help the children read. It's all through the sounds. That's how the code is based. But we want them to have the sort of maturity to talk about the letters a little bit more in a grown-up way. And of course the alphabet's needed for dictionary work later. If people can teach both at the same time and they don't get their children muddled between whether it's the sound or the name, then there's no problem. But I have found, I've been into quite a lot of classrooms where they teach the name and the sound at the same time. And I've asked a child to come and sound the word out for me, to work it out. And a letter name, so perhaps, bad, they could sort of b-aid. And of course it ruins the blending, they can't do it. And if I hadn't seen this, I wouldn't have realised how easily children get muddled when the two are done at the same time. We just never did the letter names until we got towards the end of teaching all the sounds. And by that time, they're so used to sounds, that they didn't seem to do this muddling up. And yet I see it in other schools. So my advice is keep away from letter names and don't introduce them at the same time. Get the names later, sing the alphabet later, the alphabet song, but don't try and sort of say, this is an S and its sound is S. It won't touch the top ones, they don't get this, but those bottom ones do have this ability to muddle. They're not very good at right and left and all that kind of thing. And the fact that it's said at the same time is just so that when they see it, they've got the split mind. oh. And sometimes they come up with the wrong ones. So I think it's dangerous to do the names at the same time as the sounds.
I actually, in the past, introduced that through animals. And actually said, what, this is a dog, the name dog, but it actually has a different sound. What it sounds
Yeah.
The cat and meow and things.
Yeah.
I actually found with some of the children that actually worked.
Yes, I'm sure that they can understand that. It's whether, if you find that when they're blending and that name comes up instead of the sound, then of course you've got to worry, because then they're muddled and you must think, well, should I introduce at the same time? But it's a nice way of talking about it. It's the name, but it's this, and that bottom group, we just know they're so muddly as well. Anybody else with? Okay, so we're still in our first day of our first lesson, and they've been introduced through the story to the formation. We've done a bit of tuning in for the blending by saying the sounds and seeing if they could hear the word. We've done a little bit of can you hear us in this word, and now they need to do a bit of practicing of writing the sound. And we have 2 sets of worksheets. This is from the handbook, and basically the left side is for the parents and the right side is for the children to colour and for them to practice writing the letter sound at the bottom. For our pupil books, you've still got the colouring to do and the writing of the letter, but you've also got your sounding here. Is there a s in sun? Is there a s in snail? And so on. And the last one, is there a s in flower? And here, this is for blending words, but of course, the first sound, you haven't got any words. But later on, that fills up with words. So those are the sheets, and those sheets can go home. A lot of parents used to like to make a little file of them, so if they weren't too scrunched up by the time they got home, they went into their little files. So it just tells the parents what has been taught. And then these sound books. Now this is really worthwhile doing. It's hard work, but it's useful. They take home the little book with the letter sound in that you've just taught. And of course it takes time to stick it in all their books. And we used to get a couple of the older children to come at lunch hour and stick away and stick them in all the books. So these books go backwards and forwards, and this is your chance as well to go through the book sometimes with some of them and see how well they're doing and see if they're remembering. Some teachers are a bit inclined to put lots of snakes all over them and things like this. Try and resist that, because you only want them to learn from the shape that it's going s. And when you do the actions and everything else, every now and again just say the sound once, or you won't do the action. So you have the 2 things, because for blending, you just want them to say the one sound linked to the letter, or the letters when you get to digraphs. I used to put a coloured star on the back if they got the first 6 right, then a different coloured star if they've got the next 6 right. On the whole, you know your groups. You don't even need to listen to that group, really. They could just go through their sound book and you watch over them. Others, you do need to listen more carefully, so you get to know straight away who are going to be your difficulties. We have a little song link. In fact, there's 2 types of songs we have. One lot are called the Jolly Jingles, and they've got Canadian children singing. And there's a song for each letter sound. They're more complicated and more difficult to learn, but if you've got children who've got lots of language, they're very popular and seem to do very well. And the other jolly songs, there's more repetition in the jolly songs, and here's the type of words. The snake is in the grass, the snake is in the grass, the snake is in the grass. Much easier to learn, and they do repeat the sound more often as well. So I think on the whole, my preference is for the songs, because they pick them up very easily, and it's better for the younger ones as well. But you know, you take your choice. So that's the one thing. It's introduced through quite a bit of fun and activity and a song. The next day you come back, and of course you say, well, what was that one? And you get them all to remember and give you that. So always you're revising what's gone and carrying on. Then we come to the A. I tell them it's a special letter and it's called a vowel. They don't understand what that means at first, but they gradually get the idea. So remember our 4 skills we're after? The story, well, this time we talk about picnics, plenty of opportunity for talking and speaking and listening. But in the end, the ants go up this girl's arm. She looks in horror at these ants and goes, ah! And there's your sound. And the action of the ants going up and down the arm. So that's the story and action. The formation, now it starts just like that, but look what happens. It's a nice big round instead of wiggling round and then down and a joining tail. So round, up and down and a joining tail. So that's your formation. Then again, blending. Well, can you see the k ache? Or can you see the d ad? That's the blending. The other way, is there an a in ant? Is there an a in mum? Is there an a in jam? Well, there is, yes. Where does it come, do you think? Is it at the beginning? Is it at the end? And then gradually you get them to hear that it's in the middle, and they can have a look on the jam pot and see that. So there's your skills again. And they have their worksheet. It goes home. 1 letter sound a day. It's a fast pace. Some schools, hands up if you teach slower than 1 a day. Right. Now, some schools do, and you can go a bit slower. You don't want to go 1 a week because you'll never get to books. But you can go a bit slower and make sure that more children have mastered, so long as you don't actually ask them to read books that have words in them that have got letter sounds they've not been taught. That is the absolute fundamental understanding, because with those children, if you give them these books and they can't work it out from the blending, they start to go to guessing and memorizing. And that's when you can lose your bottom ones. And it ruins a lot of children. They need to have reading material that reflects what they have been taught. So if you do go slower, you then introduce books a bit later. So you make sure that you've done your foundation, you've prepared them, you've got them ready. There's the next letter sound, the t. And for this they're watching tennis, and the ball's going from racket to racket. T, t, t. Formation, it's tall, so you hold your hand up really high, and down we go. So immediately they start to learn that letters are all the same size except for a few sticks that are tall and a few tails that go under. Your 4 skills you do again, but this is where you have the nice chance, because you say today is a very special day because you are going to read. And here we say to them, now what was this one that we learned? What does this one say? Good. And this one is? Very good. And our new one is? Now, we're going to say them a little bit faster, and we've got to listen for the word. Off we go. Sat. And some will hear that that's sat. Very good, well done. And then you can have and at. So sat, at, well, the boy sat at the table, so put it into context. And sometimes you can just see the light dawn. Oh, it's something you work out. And I think that is the power of this teaching. Immediately they start to see that it's not something you've just got to keep remembering, but you can work it out from the letters. Very, very powerful indeed. And of course, there's only 2 words we can make now, but every time you introduce another letter sound, you get more words made available. And of course,
is that where you put it into the printing book
that,
as you go along? So, or is that later?
no. No, you just put the sounds in. You don't put any words. But in these pupil books,
No, you had a little book at the beginning. There was a sound book.
yes, no, you just put the.
No,
Oh.
the one. It was the one with the pictures. It was available in black and white or in colour. And you were shown.
No, this.
No.
No.
No, it is that one you picked up first.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Oh.
When do you start putting the word bank in there, or they're already in there? I'm sorry. I don't
This,
know.
this teacher's book has got the word bank, and yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah. Is there words in
The
there
words are
already?
down there, you see.
Yeah.
So when you have the A page, you've got 4 A words, but of course that's only 4. You really want to do more than
I
that.
know that, yeah,
And
but there are some in there.
and the guidance in there will provide them so as well. So it for people who say they don't get blending, it is nearly always because they haven't done enough. If you model it and do it all together regularly, and on the whiteboard there's a lot of that, a lot of working it out, then they just gradually get tuned in and get better and better.
Sorry, I have to ask you again. I'm sorry.
Yes, sure.
But if you are doing, I don't have the whiteboard now, but if you are doing it in the whiteboard, is there a facility where you can save it over it, or that can be written over? No. I say that Johnny Follick's on the whiteboard. Can you annotate and then save your page or whatever? Do you know the way you can just go in and scribble and write?
You can do all the writing, you can manipulate the letters, you can make words, they've got words coming in for reading. Yes. You,
But the blending comes up every day.
yes.
I don't have
But
the
it's not like the CD-ROM that actually says the sounds. You have to do the teaching, but your materials are all there.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Anybody else? Yeah?
So just for the interactive whiteboard, that's very expensive.
Sorry? They are quite expensive.
It depends who you get it from.
It's a fairly expensive. And I tell you what, this has got all the type of guidance that is in the whiteboard and is very cheap. So it, you know, and there's nothing like chalk and talk. You know, you can do the job just as well, really. The whiteboards have got some advantages, but you can still do a huge amount without it. Right, here we are. There's the next one. It's another vowel, another special one. It's I, and that's where we meet little Inky. Has anybody seen our DVD with the little puppets doing the teaching? There's the stories, yes, and how Inky goes looking for sounds and so on. She's a very clever mouse, and she knows how to read and write already, and she teaches Snake and Bee how to read. And there's a lot of teaching in these little stories, and they go through one little story linked to 6 letter sounds, so you're going through, and it can be the reward after you've taught the first 6 letter sounds to go and see about Inky and what she gets up to. And in the first one they make the phonics, the finger phonics book, and so they collect the sounds and so on. So lots of good teaching, but she's able to teach the other 2, and ideally, I suppose, at home, then the children watch it again and again, and they get a lot of teaching from that. But my hope was that in the class, those children who don't concentrate terribly well will be so impressed with puppets. But those ones who play with their socks and they're not on task, they're away with the fairies as well, often, when they're watching the puppets. Whether they would do more at home, I don't know. But, you know, it enlivens the teaching, and it's a good thing. So, of course, what sound does she do? She does I. So that's her sound. Again, you do those four skills. Here's the P. Again, the 4 skills. The birthday party, the candles on the cake. They puff the candles out, P, and because they're magic, back they come. P, P, and so they can feel the puff on their finger. It looks a tall letter, but so you have to say to the children, don't put your hand up high because it's not a tall letter, but look what happens. it goes down as far as the others, but then it goes even further, right down, and then you bounce up and you push the ball along. So with this strong kind of structured teaching, they will pick that up much more easily. And again, now you've got more words that you can work out. And then for the last one in that group, the noisy aeroplane, the model aeroplane is up in the air going so there's your action. And again, now more words become available. So by blending, you actually get to being able to read lots of words, whereas memory takes much, much longer. But blend a few times, and then for most children it's in and it's automatic, and they get the word out straight away. And you want to encourage them to go to the word straight away. This lady over here was saying, but there's one child who keeps on, saying this. Was that only for the tricky words? Oh, okay. But occasionally you will get a teacher who allows a child to go to reading books and to sound every word out. I mean, if they're that bad, they shouldn't be on the reading books. They should practice blending and just getting those words as quickly as possible so that they say the word and they realise where they're aiming for. These are little activities at the back of the finger phonics. Training the children to go from left to right is a definite training that they have to get used to, this I going from left to right. And I find it really interesting that good, well-trained children will always roll along the word. The ones who've gone to memory will jump around, and that's where so much goes wrong. Initial letter and picture. The sun, well, what sound can you hear at the beginning of sun? And then you join it. There's an acetate that goes over the top. And there's some words for blending. And getting that blending going is absolutely vital. This was a lovely little activity by a teacher in Northern Ireland. And she had a little grid like this for every child. She photocopied them onto different coloured pieces of paper as well, so that you didn't have the same colour next to each other. So they have their little grid, they have their 6 little letters that they can manipulate, and they're in the circle, and they have them in front of them, and then she'll say to them, right, now I want you to pick up the T and put it in the first square. And when she started, she noticed a lot of children put it there, because it isn't natural to go to the left. And you have to learn to do that. And so then she'd put a star, or she'd put numbers 1, 2, and 3. But anyhow, you pick up the T and put it in the square with the star. Now pick up an A and put it in the next square. Now pick up the P and put it at the end. Now very quietly, don't tell anybody, work out what the word is, put your hand up, and then we'll see who's got it right. And that's not only giving you blending practice, it's also revising those letter sounds. And so then you go T-ap, tap. Yes, you've got it. We've got it right. Well done. Then you can do it the other way round for writing. So this is where we start to identify all the sounds. I want to write the word pin. Now listen carefully. What can you hear at the beginning? Pin. And get them to hold up their finger. Pin. That's it. Now pick up the P and put it in that first square with the star. Now, we need more, pin, P, and get the I to come out. Nearly there, pin, P, I, and get the N on the end. You won't have all of them able to do that, but a lot of them will. And then they put it in there. So this word building is really very, very valuable. And the children who can do that understand how encoding and decoding works. How we need to listen for sounds for writing, and how for reading we need to look at the letters and put the sounds there and put them together. Very useful little activity. Lots of flashcard work. It's very important that they sort of practice and do the actions. So what was this one? Come on, let's see your actions. And then after a while I'll sort of say, you, and you, sit on your hands for this one and keep quiet and go through and get the others and see, because 1 or 2 weren't doing it, you see. So, and then you pull them in. and make sure that they are practicing as well. But you don't have to do it all in the classroom. You can have a big one in the corners of the hall when you're in PE. And you could say, right, children, I want you to run to the P corner or the A corner. Or you can put mats out and have a child hold up one of the letters in the middle of the mat, and the others are running around, and you suddenly call a sound out, and then they have to go to that letter sound and charge all together and try and get on the mat, fight for it. But it's making it fun, but there's a lot of repetition that you need to do to make it go into those ones who just haven't got a good memory. But it's very important they do it. This is another little activity that's a useful one. They can, in the handbook, you've got sheets with 2 of each one, and you can give it to parents or make them yourself. Put it on card, cut up, so you've got lots of little letter sounds. And basically you could play a game of pairs, turn them all over, and as the child turns when it's their turn, they turn it over, they say the sound. They have to say the sound. If they've got 2 the same, then they keep it. We would do an activity like that on the whiteboard. So there's the pairs going on. You can do it with snap, so long as they've both got the same letter sounds in their piles. They have to turn it over, say the sound, and then if it's the same as who they're playing with, they call out snap. If they call out snap before they've turned it over, they don't get it. So it's another way of forcing the sounds. They can be used as little flashcards if you're having to do some extra little work with some that are slower. And that's all they need. Recognition that there's poorish memory, so they just have to have more. And after you've done the 6 letter sounds, you will know your groups. You will know that top group because they can actually work out some words. They know the 6 letter sounds. They've got the 2 attributes that you need for decoding. They're not necessarily the brightest, but memory helps a lot. And that other group, they've hardly started. Well, for them, it's worth having a word with the parents, having a meeting before you start anyhow, and talk about how the teaching is going to be done, and explain that some children don't have a very good memory. And for them, learning the letter sounds is more difficult, and if the parents can help with that, that is a huge bonus. And if they're not very good at blending and hearing the word, then they'll need some extra help at school as well. So if the parents understand that it's got nothing to do with intelligence, I've had highly intelligent children struggle, and I've had some not so bright, and they just zoom through the blending and have no problem with it. So it's just the different types of brains, and thank goodness we are so different. But unfortunately for reading and writing, you need to have that memory and the good ear for hearing those sounds. So you can take a child who's not picking them up. They still learn along with the others in the sound book, but you give them a little box or a tin of their own, and you pop in the ones they know, and ask the parents to go through the ones they know. And then they say the sounds. If any parents aren't sure of what the sounds are, on the Jolly Learning website, they can click on that and they can hear the sounds being spoken. So especially if you've got a mother who's not got English as her main language, it's useful to be able to direct them to that. Or there's the Jolly Songs, it's on there as well. So a useful hint for the parents. But I think it helps them enormously to understand that it's got absolutely nothing to do with intelligence, being able to work out what the words are. It's a sort of almost a science. Understanding what they're reading is a bit more linked to an intelligence, but certainly the actual decoding is little to do with it. So and then of course you feed their tins as fast as you can manage to get them to pick up those letter sounds. And you can buddy them up with another child who's very good, and they can go through their tin every day. And it just reinforces. They need this reinforcing until it's absolutely solid in their memory. So these little ones are useful there.
Sorry, can I just
Yes, sure.
relate an observation that I made? I teach in I do some, I'm sharing 2 schools, and one school they do Jolly Phonics, and I was testing their letter names and sounds, and it was the sound first of all, and then the letter name, and then I was to ask them, can you think of a word beginning with the letter? And I noticed that with the letter N, they had the sound and everything, give me a word, and they were giving me aeroplane.
Yeah, yes, probably not enough. It didn't happen in my class, but probably not enough practicing of going every time they see it. Not enough revision on the letter sounds, probably not enough blending going on, not enough writing of words either. So,
was the picture and the art a bit confusing for them? I'm wondering.
Well, it is possible, yes. But I didn't have it. I didn't notice it with mine.
Even though they do this, if you play the song, it says making lots of noise, and I think noise.
Link it to the noise. Yes, a noisy. It's a nasty noise they're hearing. So, yeah. But it's more revision and to get over that.
That's a junior infant.
That's, you know.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of what happens is that because they're not very good, the teacher leaves them because they might mature and they might get there later. And then, of course, it just makes it worse. It just delays it. Whereas really, these children need extra teaching. And if we can get in there earlier and just give them enough repetition, it's a bit like those university students learning those words by sight. You know, if it's not in there, absolutely, it will slip away. And that's what happens to these ones. It just flies away and they lose it.
I also think that, you know, if you're teaching children that have English as their second language, say you teach Polish or you teach other speaking children,
Yes.
they have a phonics set already learned from home. And sometimes we don't know because we're not familiar with their language, but they'll mix up letters, even if you teach them.
Could be.
Because
Yes.
the sound we're teaching them, even though we're teaching them exactly like the Johnny Fine,
Yes.
it's
a different one in there.
And they
Yes.
have it already, and they'll mix it up for a while. But if you keep going on,
Yes,
as
yes.
they go up, as they mature, right, I suppose by about 10 or something, they're beginning to work out the two.
Or I would be more ambitious and absolutely nail it in the early. Yes,
you know,
yeah.
they'll have the sounds, but by about the age of 10, you see them take off in English.
Yes, yes, because they haven't got the spoken, and
Yeah,
and that
you
gradually
take
does.
off,
Yes,
then
yes,
you
yeah.
surpass.
Yes, it doesn't instantly come the spoken, and
But you have the exceptions as well.
yes, yes, and again, you can put one child in another country with no language in that country, and in 5 weeks they've almost forgotten their own. They've picked it up so quickly. Give somebody else the same experience, and they'll be stumbling along. These brains are just that bit different, and for some it just takes longer. 6. Very quickly, the k, we click our castanets with Spanish dancers. K, k, k. The e, we crack the egg on the edge of the frying pan. E, e, e. The hopping race. The the dog has got a rag in its mouth and the child's pulling. I mean, I used to take a clean hanky in and do it in drama, and one would be the child and one would be the dog, and there'd be a bit of pulling and a lot of from the children. And you'd hope the teeth wouldn't come out and things like this. It was that sort of nonsense that helps them to remember that that was the original one, the d-d-d-d-d-d. The g, the water's going down the plug hole, g, g. And of course now you're getting to hundreds of words. You know, you're starting to get a much bigger pile of words. On and off. I mean, you think, what goes off? You know, it's very hard. But you know, they never question it. They never say, oh, my light switch doesn't go They accept it ever so well. On, off. Up goes the umbrella. We lick our lollies. You can make lollies and get them to lick away and practice the sound. The inflatable fish and the air's coming out. And the b, that's a good old fashion phonic one, isn't it? The bat and ball. They bat it along. So you've got the stick of the bat is the stick of the letter, and then you bat the ball along. So we do our bat, bounce up and bat the ball along. And it's this strong indication right at the beginning. They're practicing with their hands that helps them to take this on board. And for the one they mix up is the D. And for that, I say, let's think of doggy's tummy, up to his ears and down to his tail. It's a lot of nonsense, but it just has something that makes it stick for those children. So there's those first 18 letter sounds. Now, as we teach those 18 letter sounds, there's a couple of little tricks. Now, I'm only going to be talking from now on about the reading. The writing does go along at the same time, but I'm just going to concentrate on the progression of the writing, of the reading first of all, and then we'll go to the writing. So basically, with those 18 letter sounds, as we're going along, we want them to learn to handle the consonant blends, and we want them to handle the words where the two sounds the same. Have a look here. We don't want them to go b-e-o-o. We want them to go b-e-o and get bells. So they've got to learn that when there's two the same with the same sound, even with the C and K. So kr-ak. Now, that's for those type of things. But then with consonant blends, I notice that when you get the children to try and hear the word, supposing it's crab, if you go kr-ab, that for some children is quite hard to hear, and it's much easier for them to hear it if you go kr-ab. So if you can learn, so once you've taught the k and the r, you can then teach them to blend just that. Kr, tr, pl, gr, kr, and so on. So that when they see words with those blends, they can then go straight to the blend and then add the rest on. And it does make it that much easier. So those are the two little skills while you're teaching those first 18 letter sounds. This is down on your steps that I've given you as a handout, so you'll see it's just the same. Then, of course, we've got to go to the next 4 groups of letter sounds. And on the way, we've got to teach them to handle digraphs, and we also need to teach them to handle the double O and the TH. Let's have a look at the digraphs first. The first one we teach is the AIA. And there we are. We've happily got the children doing A and I. And now we say, oh dear children, when you have an A and an I next to each other, they don't go A-I, they have another sound. And then you tell the story about the child who's not hearing very well when mum says, go and tidy up your bedroom. A? Don't say A, say pardon. And the action is A, and all the children go A. So there you are. Now, sometimes teachers say, oh, I don't do the digraphs because that's too hard for the children. And yet they go and give them reading books that have all these digraphs in, and they think that's easy. So there's a mismatch here. And actually, if they can blend with single letters, they will have no difficulty with digraphs as well, so long as you've had a little practice with it. And here are words that you can practice with. Those are words from my word bank that I've shown you. Here we can put them up on the board, so you do all together. Pain. So you're doing plenty of quick practice with the whole class, maybe even with your slower group at a later stage. And the word book, we've got a word book, and that's got a page of AI words in it, so you can use that as well to help.
Do you mind if I ask you, would you put the dots under them, you know, the dots like
it does help, and we've got some flashcards with that. So here. You've got the dots underneath each sound. So you touch the dot and say the sound. So it just reminds them you've got to put those 2 letters to make the one sound. So r-a-n, rain. And it's just practice. That group, ever so fast, and that group. R-a-n, right, you know, still not quite there, but persevere. Just keep them, make them do more.
Sorry, on the interactive whiteboard as well, it teaches them how to, you know,
Yes.
the cursive one, it teaches them to
Yes.
do that.
Does anybody use early joined up writing in the schools? Yes. I like it very much.
Makes more sense when you
And they go to joined up writing. I think if you leave it too late with joining up, they're so used to printing that getting them to change is very difficult. But our little ones, we practice at the joining with our hand first of all. This is an A, and then we go into the I, and the two say A. So they're learning with the digraphs how to join, and then that's getting them going, the feeling of how they join. Gradually then we go to tricky words and we join those, and then come to the third term we say, right now children, you're going to join all the time. And then every time I write it on the board it's in joined writing, and they do it. If this is the typical daily lesson, so you're going to have your revision of the letter sounds, you're going to have the new story for the new letter sound, the action and formation, you're going to do your blending of real words and segmenting, identifying the sounds, calling out the words and holding up a finger, and you can go now to little phrases, and you can think up your own phrases quite easily by looking at the word bank and say, oh, I can use any word up to this one. This is the one we're dealing with now. So any words you can use and make up a little phrase.
How much time would you suggest for that, the daily activity?
This, I would say, is going to take you 20-25 minutes daily activity. And then you still need to occasionally come back to it in the odd moments. They tell us, the researchers, that if you want something to go in, you need to repeat it 3 times at different times during the day. So if you have introduced a new letter sound, do it in your first lesson, then perhaps at lunchtime before they go for their lunch, remind them. Before they go home, remind them again. Do it with in the air and so on. It's this repeating several times that helps them just to get it into their memory. So here we are. We've introduced the A. Now we could do the J. We jiggle like jellies. J, j, j. The O. The oak tree has fallen on the goat, and the children see this awful calamity, and they go, oh, and go and tell the farmer and so on. If you're joining, here's our O, and we have to come out at the top, stop, put on the brakes, come round for the A, and the two say, oh. So you're doing this teaching of joining and reminding them you've got to put the two together to make that one sound. I, you salute like sailors. The E-or, we couldn't resist the donkey. Going E-or, E-or. Ears up is E, ears down, or. And don't have them together in the flashcards. You want them just to look at the letters O-R and go or. Or look at the double E and go E. Z, that's the B's one. Z, the W, the wind's blowing. W, W. The they're being strong men, going The V, van driver. The double O, it's got 2 sizes, it's got 2 sounds. U as in book and oo as in moon. And for that, there's the cuckoo clock going oo, 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 oo. The Y, the Y, in the beginning they learn it as a consonant. Later on they learn it as a vowel. And they eat their yummy yogurt. Y, 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 y. The X, the X, X, they're taking an X-ray picture. X. The ch, the old steam train. Ch, 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 ch. The sh, the baby's asleep. The th, you've got 2 sounds for there, 2 different sizes. You've got the for this, that, then, and the blowy one for thin, thick, 3.
That's tricky.
Yes. Yes. But if they practice being the little rude clown and going and then they can feel their necks, and one will make the voice vibrate, the little one, the and the no vibrating.
If to words, they still find it, if you know, you can do the sounds, but you're never sure which one is.
Yes, they've got to try one or the other. It's practice in the end. That bottom lot will need more practice. Then we've got the qu, the duck quacking, qu, the ow, the prick your finger with a needle, ow, the oi, they've got to choose the child who's got something behind their back. Oh no, sorry, the ship ahoy, yes, they're shouting from one ship to another. Oi, come and rescue me, please. You, that's there where they've got to choose who's got it, you. And also remind them that the you sometimes goes oo. So we do a bit of you can be oo. And then the is the mixer going round, and the they go to the doctor, sore throat, open wide, And there you are, your main sounds. One way of learning those sounds, of course you're going to do masses of blending on the way, and there's lots of other things as well. Let's have a look at there's the double O's, you know, the oo and the oo. But of course, you know, in Scotland they all go oo, it's all boo and moon. So you have to adjust to whatever your situation is. And there's the naughty clowns putting their tongues out and being rude to each other. And we do have to cope with, before we get to reading books, we've got to cope with some tricky words. And we learn the first 10, and then they've got to practice those until they're known, and we introduce capital letters as well, the sounds of the capital letters.
Sorry, was there a reason we didn't include WH?
That comes a little bit later, but we only do one way to start off with, and then we show the other ones. And now you see in Scotland that has a different sound. It's not a w, it's a wh, and for you as well. So you would add it into your teaching and show them how it works. But for us, it's a different sound. So there's never a perfect solution because of all the accents around the world. So you have to adapt it. And if you think you need to do a bit of extra, just put it in. The tricky words, these, do you sort of fully understand what tricky words are? They're common words. They can be totally irregular, or they can just have phonics that you haven't taught them yet. But they're so common that you need to actually cover them. So we'll do a little bit about memory in there as well. But basically they've got to manage those, and I still like them to be blended, but of course it gives the wrong pronunciation, and so then they have to learn the correct pronunciation. But of course yours, once your clowns have been rude, you've got your th and your you've got your there, isn't it? But for us, we have to learn that as a tricky one because we go the, and it's not an but again, it's a matter of adapting. And here sometimes you can have now sentences, and for the materials I'm going to leave for the website, there's a lot of question sentences that use the 42 letter sounds and those 10 tricky words, so that then you've got something that's a bit before the books even, to give them something to get them going. So we've gone from letter sounds to words, simple little words, then to phrases, now to sentences, reading sentences. If you go to a more complicated one like visited, we don't say visited, but it's close enough, the pronunciation, well, I don't, perhaps you do, close enough for them to just tweak it. It's got a bit of a z in visit, hasn't it? It's not a s, visit, it's not a s, but it's close enough for them to just tweak it and get it if it's in their vocabulary. And say, hospital. Don't emphasize the do it, hospital, it's hospital. So there's a little bit of tweaking to do in the English. This is a very useful one, developing that ability to do the blending in their heads. So once you've got them doing it out aloud, you want to try and get them to do it in their heads before they get to reading books. The faster they can do this, the more easy the easier it is for them to learn to read the books. This is what I used to do. So what I say, watch carefully, because I want the word. So then, what do you get? That. So they put them together in their heads, and they have to put their hands up, and you say, give me the answer. And that seemed to work very nicely. But then I saw a teacher doing this in Canada. Right, so this is the fish going down. There's your ants. And there's the t. And that's good because, you know, they're watching you do the actions and they're putting it together. They put their hands up, or they tell their neighbour, or they can write the word down as well. You can have them sitting at their whiteboards and you do the actions and they write the words down. So whatever way they have a go. But the better you can get them at that, the more able they are. We've got lots of little activities in the handbook. So basically, if they land on the word, they've got to say the sounds and get the word. That usually they play those at home, so make them into a zippy bag and send it home. More little activities here. This is a useful one. So they have to sort of sound out the word, then find the picture and pop it down into it, make those up. And that's from the workbooks, that's from the handbook. Basically, they've got to read the word and put it under the right picture. So you've got lots of other little ways of doing it. Here, we do a little bit with the, rhyming part. We have the O on the G, they can read that as og, and then you put another letter in front and you can make lots of other words. So you're playing about with word building. Enjoy rhyming. Rhyming helps them to listen for the sounds a bit more. It does not help with reading. A lot of people have been told recently that you need to be able to hear rhyme to read. And the scientists have gone and done the experiments and they've found that that just is not true. The whole idea was that it was easier to use analogy to read, and that once you know that the scientists took the word beak, and once you know that, you can then read peak and week by changing the letters, if you've seen that in your reading books. But of course, if you meet these words in your reading books, you've got to have that word bank up there, a lot of them in there, and then be able to change it. And they found that the children just did not use analogy until they had a reading age of about 7 or 7.5. And then analogy kicks in because there's a lot of words in their head and they can say, oh, that's like the word I know, and they can then change the letter and read the different words. So it helps a bit with spelling and word patterns, but it's not worth spending hours and hours at it. Then we have word boxes, and these are really worthwhile. They go home and they're for the children to go through at home. The secret is that they don't go home until the child can do the blending. Never send anything home that the child can't do. The whole point of doing homework is to bring fluency to it, and so as to make it easier and easier for them. But we never ask the parents to do something that we haven't managed to teach them in class. But once they have got it going, then it's very useful for just speeding them up with their blending. And if you start off with having the first boxes for the more able blenders, the fastest ones, then they just go through one box every night and they're just preparing themselves ready for reading books. So the word boxes are very useful. Here we have some even more little ones for blending.
Sorry, can I just ask, you know the word boxes, if the child is not instantly relaxed that it pin, if they're having to go in, is that still...
That's still fine. You're not asking them to memorize it, you're asking them to work out the word. But if somebody comes back, I know those, pin it, they say, oh, very good, because some only have to blend it once or twice to mum and it's known. They just know it. But you just want to make sure that they can do the blending. But they're very easy to teach, those ones. And here, this is quite a useful one. These are read and see books. So they have to sort of sound it out, cat, and see if they're right. They lift the lid and have a look. It's like word boxes. These are quite useful if some of the others have got books and this little one's not quite ready. Something like that will just keep the blending going. They'll have a little book to take home. They won't feel quite excluded. And it's just another way of blending. But at least they can sort of help themselves on that one. They need to make sure that they understand about capital letters. We don't do it right at the beginning. We go from simple and then add the complexities. But basically, some letters are just bigger and others look a little bit different. And on the frieze around the classroom, they'll see the capital and the lowercase. They've just got to remember they've both got the same sound. So they need to know that this is going huh. So if the sentence starts off with the word he, it's the same as a lowercase and an e. This is a useful one, the vowel hand. And here there are 5 short vowels, 5 long vowels, and 5 fingers, so very handy. On the top go the short ones, a, e, I, o, a. And then the long ones go where the fingers join the hand, a, e, I, o, u. And sometimes oo. And the children need to know this because sometimes in reading, if that a doesn't work, we try a. If e doesn't work, try e. I, o, a, u, or oo. And by playing about with that, they get used to that. Now, when you have 2 vowels in a word, nearly always the first does the talking and the second keeps quiet. So when 2 vowels go walking, the first does the talking. And if the children know that, when they come to that first vowel, if they're looking at a book that's not their reading book, you wouldn't give a book with the word dream in because we haven't taught them yet that EA goes E. But if they are looking at themselves, they might then go dr, e, dr, e, that must dr, im, and they get it. So by playing about with that first vowel, if the short one doesn't work, try the long one, they often can help themselves to the word. So le-ak, le-aik, me-ind, me-eind, re-op, re-op, pla-a, pla-a. Now every now and again you can show them that that second vowel gets a bit huffy and cross and says, I'm fed up with you having the sound, I want it. And sometimes the second vowel will take it. Now, if they were blending this, the first thing they will try and do is to go for the ow. Ouch. Now that's a little bit far off touch. To make that leap, that's a bit more than a tweak will do. So then you play with the vowels. Och, och. I wonder if it's that second one. Touch, that makes sense, touch. And so by playing around, they can actually get to the word, especially if it's in context.
What age do you think they would be able to
I think
try all those different options?
it's towards the end of that first year they'll start. If you've practiced it, they will start to do it. Sometimes we do it to get the children to hold cards and they be digraphs together and hold hands, and then we show them how the magic E works and how it splits sometimes. You've got a split digraph. It's by playing around with it that they get to. I think the good ones do it themselves without even being taught. But the others start to realise if you guide them. So before they go to reading books, they need to know the first little group of tricky words. And then they're ready for our reading books. I think perhaps we'll do that one after lunch. We'll start with the reading books because it's a nice time to sort of break and a nice time to have 10 minutes of questions and what things are worrying you. You're seeing how we nibble by nibble by nibble build up. And if you think that a lot is expected, it's amazing how they will rise to it. But so often, people haven't got the higher expectation, and yet they've put them on these books. The number of children I've seen ruined by being put on reading books that have a lot of words that don't work out. They can't work them out, and then they instantly stop blending. They instantly stop practicing. And the whole point of these decodable readers is that you get the children to practice until they get to automaticity. Now the researchers say automaticity is when you have an action or something you have learnt that you don't even think about as you do it. If you take driving, in the beginning that changing of the gear is such a problem. But gradually you think less about the gear changing and concentrate more on where you're going. And then after a while you don't even think about the gear changing. It just is automatic. And that's when you've got it to the to automaticity. And you can have years away from driving and you can come back and you'll still be able to do it because that was in the brain until automaticity was achieved. You might be a bit rusty, but it will still be there. It's the same for riding a bicycle. Once you've got that automatic balance, which takes a while, but once you've got it, you can leave cycling for years and you can get back on the bicycle and you've still got the balance. Because the brain has been trained to become automatic. And that's what we want to get the children. Automatic, every time they come to a word they've never seen before, they try and work it out in the same way, from the left to the right, working it out from the letters. And they just do it automatically. And that's what you did for my words I put up for you. You just did it automatically. Very, very sophisticated skill. And you just haven't remembered how hard it was to acquire it all those years ago. So automaticity is essential. And that's what, and if you might have somebody who's really good and has done an excellent job of teaching Jolly Phonics in your junior infant, and then the child goes to senior infant and the teacher doesn't do any of, doesn't remind them about blending, doesn't revise the letter sounds, gives them reading books that don't work out. And I tell you, some of those children will just absolutely forget to do blending, and they will then start guessing at the words and trying to memorize. So it is so important that you don't take those ones off too quickly. You will get to know, when you've got that absolute fluent ability to read, and I know that you know this, that immediately they've got that fluency and they can, and working out words, you know they're going to be all right and that they'll be able to then read anything. They've got it sorted. But the others, they need to practice, and that's the good thing about the decodable books, because most of the words are work-outable, according, they've been taught what's in there, and the awkward words, like the tricky words, they're restricted to just the ones that have been covered in class before they go to those books. So you've really made sure that you've taught what is in the books. As soon as you don't do that, follow that policy, then you're causing that bottom group to start guessing. And if you've got a child who's guessing, and let's see how many people know what I'm talking about. Hands up. Have you seen children who are guessing at words when they come to them in the reading books? We've caused it. I've learnt over years that we've done lots of things wrong, but we basically cause it by asking them to do something that is too difficult, and they deviate from the real way of reading and writing. And we do it in reading. We give them books too quickly and what they can't, words they can't work out. And in writing we do the same thing. We suddenly expect them to do this incredibly hard task of writing words, and before we've even taught them exactly how to do it. And there again, you will end up with poor formation, the children not really understanding the writing, not wanting to put much down, often copying sentences that teachers given them and not just writing reams for themselves. So it's, I think it's something that was a way of teaching that was wrong, and that we need to try and put that right. Is there any?
Most schools do a separate reading scheme, or a lot. Do you know the way if you're folded into your family?
Yes.
Traditionally, like so.
Yes. Yeah.
Naturally, you're doing Jolly Phonics, and then.
Yeah. And then yes, it's true. And now we've got, because I'll be doing this afternoon quite a bit with decodable books. The Oxford Reading Tree, hands up those who've used Oxford Reading Tree. You see quite a few of you, and in England we get even more teachers saying that. Now, they were based on the philosophy of the reading strategies like memory, and then you use the first letter to help you work out the word. You know, you guess, first letter and guess. The picture is the clue. The sentences repeat themselves. So here comes the green go-kart, here comes the white go-kart, here comes the blue go-kart, and the picture is telling them what colour it's changed to. That's not reading, that's memorising sentences. But the schemes were based on that. So Oxford Reading Tree is full of words that the children can't work out. Now, those are the books that do the damage, but they're learning. It's not the publisher's mistake, it's the educationalist's mistake, because the publishers will publish what the educationalists want. And now that we've got synthetic phonics into the teaching, they've brought out Floppy's phonics, which is decodable and uses the same characters, Biff and Chip and so on, but this time it's decodable. And so the children then can read these books first. Avoid the other types of books as much as you can. Now, of course, we're in the real world, and you've only got so many books, and you've got problems, and you haven't got any money. If you haven't got the decodables, try hard to get some in for that bottom group. You're not going to damage your top lot. You're not going to damage the middle ones who are pretty good at blending, and they picked everything up reasonably well. They're just a bit more steady and slow than the fast ones. But you will damage that bottom group if you give those any books that aren't decodable. Now, what happens? They're not good at blending, but because they're forced to blend and blend to work out the words, and they get more and more confident because it's reliable, they gradually improve their blending until one day it becomes automatic, and then they've reached the automaticity, and then they will be able to go to any type of book. The fast ones will be through all our jolly readers, and in a year and a bit, and they will have read umpteen, they'll be able to read anything then. And we find that when we get to that this afternoon, these green levels, once they're on this level and they've got the fluency going, you'll find you can put them on any book, so long as it's links to their intellect, and the parents will come in be really surprised because their children are reading what's on the television, in the magazines, they're reading what dad's newspaper, they're seeing things, and they're amazed because they've cracked the code so well that they've just got it.
And a parent made an observation to me at a parent-teacher meeting. I didn't notice this, but I've got some children on the red ones, and she said when she took them to the library that they wanted to pick books that she thought they would be able to do, but because obviously they had picked some of them, they were actually beginning to work them out to try and decode it. And of course it wasn't working for everything, but she did say they were getting a skill even from the starter ones.
If you ended up, so you had to give these type of books, I would explain to the parents that we want them to try and read them, but when they come to a word they can't work out, just tell them what it is. So don't make them try and guess at it, and then only to work out the words that they know their child can work out.
I'm thinking out those ones which are decodable, but the parents are always going to buy them stuff that won't be decodable, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes, but they won't push the children under such pressure to actually be able to read every bit of it. They will help them and support them. The trouble is when we send a book home and we want them to read it and they come back and they read it to us, we're expecting them to do it. And that's when the trouble can start. Then they start to guess. And that is a very hard act to stop.
So we should discourage guessing at all costs.
Absolutely. Try and work it out from the letters. If that doesn't work, try a different way of using the letters and so on. And if you really can't get the word, ask for it. But if the letters give them very close to the word, and then they do a little bit of a estimate, a guess, that's fine. But it's this immediate just guess from looking at one or two letters that causes the trouble. Yeah. Okay, anyhow, we'll do more about decodables after lunch. And just a moment. Okay, you'll be able to have a good chat over lunch. Just have a chat over lunch. And they're going to serve soup outside here, I believe, so you go and help yourself and find a little hole as far as I understand. You're not so well off here because in Thurl yesterday they all had 2 courses and anyhow, we'll come back at 1:30. Perhaps I can see that you're really into lots of chatter about the catalogues and things, but did anybody have anything that came up that they wanted to ask before I get on to the next bit? Oh, sorry.
Are there any specific advice for dyslexic children?
This was quite an interesting one. About dyslexic children. What do you think? What makes a child dyslexic? What is it that is?
Well, it's the first time that I've actually had a child with a pure, you know, the way I've had children assessed with dyslexic tendencies.
Yes.
But now this is pure dyslexic.
Yes.
A 7-year-old, and I was just wondering, is there anything that you specifically like suggest or anything?
I mean, basically, as far as I'm concerned with dyslexia, I think of dyslexia as just for all the children who actually find it difficult to read and write. For me, they come under that umbrella. But there are some authorities who say they can tell the difference between a dyslexic and one that's a poor reader. The scientists cannot find any difference between the children who are just called poor readers and those who are called dyslexic. They have the same kind of problems and they need the same kind of intervention to help them. If you teach with synthetic phonics, you will find that the dyslexics, or equivalent to dyslexics, they will just learn a little bit more slowly, because basically they either have very poor memory or the poor ability to hear the sounds, or both. When you teach them with synthetic phonics, you smooth their path. They never learn quite as quickly as the others, but you smooth their path and they get better and better and better. So really, these children have to be taught the correct way, and if we can do it in the correct way to start off with, then we'll do them a great service. And fundamentally, they have to crack the code. And the code is set. You know, there's only one way. You've just got to make sure they know those letter sounds, they can blend, they get this ability to blend until they're automatic at it, and that they cope with the words that are a bit extreme and odd. But you need to get that fluency going in them. But it's the same whether they're called dyslexic or whether they're just called slow readers. In my book, there's no difference between them really. I mean, it used to be thought that as the intelligent ones were the ones who were called dyslexic, but that's been shown by science to be not the case. So and of course it's very hard for parents. It's so upsetting when your child doesn't do well. And especially when you've read them stories and they've got a jolly good vocabulary and they seem so good in every other respect, and then suddenly to find that it's so hard for them. But these children will do much better with synthetic phonics than if they go to whole words. Whole words is their downfall and their big problem. And if they're not natural to the code, you have to make sure that they do get there. Poor ability to hear the sounds is often one of the problems. But that can be put right if somebody, you know, now we know that you just teach it. But until not that long ago, that wasn't kind of on the agenda. People didn't know that. Hello, that's okay. So, we're still on the reading side. We've gently taught them. It's about a sort of 9-10 week program. We've introduced those letter sounds, we've got them blending, we've coped with digraphs, we've coped with some tricky words, and now we want to give them reading books that are going to do the trick. And for this, for our scheme, we've prepared them for the red level. And to get onto this red level, they need the 42 letter sounds and 10 tricky words. And they need to know also the names of the characters. Inky. They won't have met the Y being an E, so you have to help them with Inky. And snake, they won't have met the A hop over E, but if A doesn't work, try A, they will be able to cope with snake as well. And with that knowledge, they can go to the books and help themselves, even if somebody doesn't listen to them. Because you've done such a good job of teaching them to blend and work out words, they can work it all out for themselves, which is very empowering. And they can actually read in class as well with buddies. And in the end, we have to keep trying to get as much reading into our children as possible, because the research shows us that it is the amount of reading that a child does that is the biggest indicator of how well they do later on in life, as far as academically. So the more they can get to reading, the higher their chances. Not even the quality of their reading, but the quantity, the amount they do, which is very, very interesting. But I presume if you read a great deal, you dive through all Enid Blyton's books, and then you go beyond that and you start to look for more interesting books, and you take yourself up to a more interesting standard. So I guess that's what happens. But it's very interesting that the research says it's the quantity that a child does. So let's look at our red levels. We have some with a little mouse on, and those are all about Inky and her friends. And at the back, you see you get the tricky words, so they can practice those 10. They should have got them before they start the books. They've got them there to practice, just getting faster, go over them with mum and so on. So Inky stories. If there's a snake on the top, then they're more general stories. There are 6 Inky ones, 6 general. And if there's a Phonic the computer, who helps in the mouse hole with the teaching, then they're non-fiction. So we've got a bit of a range there. And there's about a sentence on each page. And because we've done the 42 sounds before we go to books, it allows us to have more interesting words. So you can go to a more interesting book, more interesting stories by having words like these, because they've just got used to blending words like that. That's in their knowledge and they can do it. And so that's what we wanted to try and get to, sort of the more interesting stories. But we also recognize that not all the children are up to that ability, and that some children need easier books and slightly easier decodables, and luckily there are quite a few on the market now which are very interesting. I have made this available to go on the website, but if it doesn't go on the website, the Kilkenny Education Centre website, please feel free to email me and I'll send you the bits and pieces that I talk about. Here's one of the ones that is very good. You get bigger print and simple words. It's not the first ones by any means, but this is Jelly and Bean, and it's very popular. There's another one that's very, you can have a Jelly and Bean. It's a funny title, but there you are. These are dandelion ones, and I believe these are quite popular in Ireland. And they do the same thing. And of course, you see here, they're just keeping to single letters. They're not even going into digraphs. So some children do need this simpler style. We wanted ones with a little B on. That's going to be our, for the poorer ones, but we still haven't got them. So, this Phonic Books Limited. On this sheet of paper, I'm giving you the websites, so then you can go and look them up. But it's very, very useful, the dandelion ones. There's, of course, the old Oxford Reading Tree, floppy phonics. There's some called Sound Discovery. Now, you know that school that did really well? There were no decodable readers then. We hadn't made ours. And this school, they made their own. Somebody was good at writing them, and they had their own. And now they've gone on to be called Sound Discovery. And so a very good set of books, follow the same kind of order of Jolly Phonics, same progression, and well worth getting a set of those. It's a matter of matching the children to the book. There has been a tendency to only want to give them really exciting books. When the whole language approach came in, they must have such interesting books. All they need to do is want to read it and they'll be all right. And of course it doesn't work. Some children can't do that. And so then they had to go into these sentences that are repetitive and in fact end up with just as dull a book as the cat sat on the mat type of book. But sometimes the cat sat on the mat type of book is needed. And a child will think the book is wonderful if they can read it. It might be the most brilliant book in the world, but if they can't read it, they will hate it. And so we must match them to the right type of books. And occasionally you get a really, really poor reader, one who is struggling. And these books, they're the type of books that people would say that the children wouldn't like. They're black and white, they're not even colour. They were made many years ago in America. They were hidden, they were left in somebody's shed because phonics went out. These were thoroughly researched and found to be exceedingly effective. They don't have inspiring text to start off with because there's so much repetition. They keep the words to being very similar, so characters are like mit and mat. So they look very similar, just one vowel different. So it really forces the children to be very observant. There are a lot of them because the progression is very, very slow, relatively cheap, really. And at the front, you've got the story in pleasant language. So if a parent wants to then read the story to the child in the more pleasant language, they get the gist of it, and then they can go on. And the whole point is that there's no guessing. They must work it out all the time. And this is very good for them. And at the end, they've also got some questions, so you can do a bit of comprehension as well. And although it's something that teachers will say is not something that the children would like, I have seen some quite bright children think these are wonderful and they see fun in them from the pictures and the little bits of things that are happening from the pictures, but the pictures don't help them to actually get the words. So I do recommend them. They're BRI, called BRI, Beginning Reading Instruction. And it's well worth having the first set and then seeing how you go and then going on from there. It's having a different set here and there so that you just know the type of child you're dealing with. And if you know that you're going to have problems and they want a book, just look at what's in there. And the cover, it gives you what words are going to come up that are going to be new and what letter sounds are going to be new and so on. So very good. So it's a matter of searching and looking. And I mustn't forget to mention as well, Read, Write, Inc., Ruth Miskin's reading books. And they are very good. They take a nice progression. She writes exactly what's going to be in the books, what letter sounds are going to be used, what tricky words are going to be used. And if you just look and see what there is, then that makes a big, big difference. So we haven't got enough reading books, and luckily there are quite a lot of decodables on the market. So look around and see what makes it decodable. Then that's our red books. Then we go to the level, the yellow level, And for this, we have 10 more tricky words. Change the colour, of course. And also the Y. Introduce the Y having an E sound. Now, this is where it becomes quite interesting for the children. And this is the way we introduce it. We might say to them, now children, I want you to help me write this word. I want to write the word day. Now, you call out the sounds for me. What are they? D. A. Very good. And you start to write this. Oh, I haven't told you. Little I is very shy and doesn't like to go on the end of words. But you don't have to worry, because cousin Tuffy Y comes along and says, I'll take its place. And so therefore it does. And that introduces another way of writing the A. It also works for the Oi. So if we write boy, what are the sounds? B and Oi. And again, who doesn't like to go on the end? Shy I. Who comes along? Tuffy Y. And so you've got another way of writing that Oi. Now, it's more than just a little bit of fun. It is also showing them how in English the Y will take the place of the I. When it does that, it becomes a vowel, and that's how we have a vowel in every word. And this vowel usually takes on the sounds of the I. So an I can go I, and it can also go I. But what has happened over the years, pronunciation has changed a bit. And so when we have words like funny and mummy and daddy, it ends up more like an E sound on the end. So the I has been elongated to E. If I go to the north in England, they will think it's an I. If I go to the south, they think it's an E. And if I go to the linguistics, people who study linguistics, they will say it's in between. It's neither. It's one. It's in between one. But anyhow, the children need to know that sometimes that Y, when it's not at the front, is not going Y, but it's going I, or E. I, or E. And if you try each one, then you'll find it works out. I mean, if you're in the north, you perhaps just do the I and the E. It works. If you're in the south, you need to mention it could be I, or E. So in the north, I or I, and I or E in the south. Again, pronunciation makes a difference, and teachers have to adjust to that. But you see, later on, it becomes very useful. If you've got the word like happy, Tuffy Y goes on the end. But if you want to make the word longer, like happily, then little Shy Eye says, oh, I don't mind coming back, I'm not on the end anymore. And the Shy Eye comes back. And this gives them this understanding that they're changing places. And there are quite a lot of things. Cry goes into cries and cried. The Tuffy Y goes back to Shy Eye. It's a neat little way of reminding the children that that Y can take the place of the I. And in our yellow books, and we've got the same six Inky Mouse ones, 6 general ones with a snake, and 6 non-fiction with the computer on the edge there. And so there are more words on the page. So they're going up a step. All the time we're going from simple to harder to harder. If you have a look, there they are. There's that Y, I, or E. Usually it's the multi-syllables that gives that one, the E. Single syllables tend to be the I, especially if it's at the end. But it doesn't have to be, but it often is. And then occasionally you get a true I in there, like in system. So then after the yellows, you can then go to the green ones, and in these we start to introduce the magic E. And we have 20 more tricky words. So we go a bit further on the tricky words. Sometimes these aren't tricky anymore because they've kind of learned about the magic key, and so like isn't so tricky anymore. So it's the way it works. But of course, much more on the page. They're going very quickly, and that's why you do need other books to supplement it. It's fine for the ones who take it on very easily. They'll just whoosh through those, and they understand it because they've got a good vocabulary, and they're all right. But if you see that they've not got such a good vocabulary, they have to go slower, look for other decodables to go in there. You see, there's your two vowels. This time, a consonant is in the middle, but they still, the magic still works. The second one still influences the first one. The first one does the talking, and when it's on its own, it says it's short vowel. But as soon as you've got another vowel, then it usually turns to the long vowel. So if you didn't have the E there, you've got hop. Put the E there or another vowel, and it will change the O to O. And giving the children this understanding about how the magic comes out and changes the O to O, or the A to A, and so on, is very, very helpful, and gives them a good idea of what they're doing. It's playing around with those sounds, the short vowels and the long vowels. And of course, once they've got that understanding, it's not too much to learn, then they can manage to read more tricky words and words that use these magic E's. And in fact, it's at the green level, when they're fast at this green level, they'll be able to read anything. They can go sideways, they can go to, you won't have any problems with them. They can read what interests them, they can choose their own books, and so long as they're understanding what they're reading and enjoying it, then that's just fine. But we do have another set. We've got the last alternatives, these ones. When they've got this kind of knowledge and what's gone beforehand, they can read virtually anything with no difficulty. And it's only in spelling do you have to go to more different word patterns, which we do in our Jolly Phonics grammar. And this blending needs practice until you get to that automaticity. It's so important not to let those children who are not very good at painting go and look at books and read books that are going to send them in the wrong direction. Especially when you give it to them and say, this is what you're meant to read, and come back and read it to me. They'll be then trying to memorize, trying to guess, trying to show how clever they are at reading when they're not, and they will guess madly at words. So you have to be so careful and match them to the right book. And look what makes it decodable. Most of them on their websites do say what the order of their introduction is and their words. It might be slightly different to Jolly. Ruth Miskin does AY before AI for the A sound. So you just have to make sure the old shy I, toughy Y has come in, and you've covered the AY before you give those books to the children. So you've got to look and make sure that you're not making problems for the children. So that was the reading. And now it's for the writing. Now if you like Jolly Phonics for the reading, you will love it for the writing. The writing is, for my mind, is the best bit of all. And it just builds up, but you have to teach it directly. This idea that they can play at writing and it will suddenly all magically turn out to be brilliant is just a fallacy, especially for that bottom group. The ones who've cracked the code themselves, even if the teacher hasn't, they've done it themselves, they might be the ones that go ahead and they end up writing very well. But you've left a lot of your class behind. So it's direct teaching for them for writing in the same way. Just, the cart has been before the horse when the whole language sort of philosophy came in. They got it round the wrong way. And it's the same with the writing. It's round the wrong way. We ask them to write before we've taught them how to do it. And this way is the fastest and quickest way you will get them to go to independent writing, and that is through dictation. So just imagine we're back now in the class. We have taught the first 6 letter sounds, which we did the writing and reading skills together, and then I just took the reading route for the steps that you go through. Now we're going on the writing route. And basically we want to do word building with plastic letters or with cardboard letters or whatever. We want to dictate the letter sounds. So as soon as they've got the letter sounds and forming starting, start dictation. In the beginning, they just have their whiteboards and pens or paper and pencil, and you say, now children, I want you to have a go at writing an A. And so they have a little go on their board, and then you say, well, did it look like this? Did you remember to do the big round and up and down and the tail? Does it look like that? Well done. Give yourself a tick. Now try and write a P. And so you're revising your letter sounds all over again, of course, and you're giving them that revision of formation, and they're keeping busy because they've all got to hold their pens or pencils, whatever they're writing with, and you can see whether they're doing it or not. So, and even if they couldn't remember how to do one of them, well, they're getting a reminder and they can have a little go at doing it straight away. So it's this dictation provides the revision, and it also just gets them used to putting it down. This is what I used to use. I used to have a board like this made from card, and I could slot the little letters in, and I put the vowels along the top and the consonants along the bottom, and we used to make the words in the middle. And I'd say, I want somebody to come and make the word peg. And they'd have to come up and think of the sounds and pick out the letters and put them in the row. And then I'd say to the other children, were they right or was he wrong? Right or wrong? And so you can see them all thinking. And then we say, let's check. P-egg, peg. Well done. Clap, clap, clap. Pat on the back. Sit down. I don't want peg anymore. I want pig. And then the child comes out and has to think, what do I have to do to change it to pig? And they often hear the I, and they pick up the I and stick it down at the end usually. And then we go, right or wrong? And then of course they can see from a distance that it's wrong. And then we say, let's sound it out. P-egg-I, peggy. Oh, I didn't ask for peggy, I asked for pig. And so therefore you have to then get them to think again. Say the sounds, count them on your fingers, and then they see what they've done wrong and they start to change. So they get quite used to this word building and making words and taking them apart and changing them. And once you've gone to pig, you might go to big, and so on. So you keep on building away. Just a nibble each day. If you can do a tiny little bit each day, then the children will just get very, very used to it. Now, instead of making that in cardboard, you can use plastic letters, so these whiteboards, and you manipulate the letters around. Very good. Or on the software, the whiteboard software, you can bring in the letters and take them out and so on. So you've got lots of different ways of doing it, but you're just basically doing the old word building. That's all it is. But it's very valuable. And once you can get them able to hear all those sounds, you dictate letter sounds and 1 or 2 words. Now before you get to words, of course you've modelled it. I want to write the word mat. Now come on, tell me, what do I have to put on the board? And then they call it out and you write the letters as they call them out, and then say, have I done it correctly? Yes or no? And then we work it out and check. They're getting the hang of it. Then you start dictation of words. So you dictate a few letter sounds and a couple of words, and you just build up from there. In the beginning it's all a bit noisy, but after a while they just get used to it and they just do it. Then they can have dictation homework, and I didn't used to make it compulsory. This was a treat. If they were able to do this, they were able to take it home then. And they used to take it home and bring it back the next day because they could do it. Just like you never send blending words home until they can do it. You never send home dictation words until they can do it. Remember, the whole point of it is to develop fluency and become more automatic at writing. So you chop off a little list, ask the parents to call out, put them in a book and ask the parents to call these words out. And explain to the parents, don't let them copy. If they make a mistake, just leave it. You can show them, or you can show them how to write it afterwards, but it will tell me how well they're doing. And this way, they become very good early on. A lot of them get into writing.
Sorry, can I just ask, are you still
Sure.
using the sounds of the letters at this stage?
Yes, yes, because we've gone back to the early steps. When we get to about step 5, 6, we might start to sing the alphabet and talk about letters. Always sounds, always sounds, yes. Otherwise, you're going to get that little bit of muddling. For the next step, which is the last 4 groups, basically you've got to teach the last of the single ones that they haven't met, they haven't done that formation. If you're going to join the digraphs, that's the time to do it. And of course, you can now dictate words that use those digraphs. So dictate words that they can't make a mistake with. So something like hill, you would try not to use because they don't know that you've got to do the double L at this stage. Try and keep to things that they're going to get absolutely accurate. And that way, they're not seeing anything incorrect and they are actually mastering. There's lots of little activities like these in the handbook and workbooks. There's a middle sound, but again, try. Sorry?
Do you take the words from their word box, or does it have to be a separate list? Because they can blend those, so they can.
They could do it from there, but in the blending boxes, we can put the double L's. You know, because we've taught them when they come to something making the 2 sounds, you only sound it once. Yeah. So sometimes they don't quite work, but it's mighty close often. So, you know, but I would keep it separate at this stage. Here, they've got to find the middle sound. Try and encourage them to go right along. So bag, b, a, g, it's the a that's missing. You want to get them just used to left to right, left to right, left to right, because that's how we write. And it develops the right habit. It trains the brain correctly. You're not going to get them reversing and going the other way if you're trained very much left to right. There, of course, there's no sounds at all, so they've got to listen for all the sounds and put the letters. And there's quite a few bits and pieces like that in the materials. Now we start to come to your letter names. So if you look on the sheet I've given you, you've got your steps. And so we'll sing the song. We might even go through the alphabet letters saying the names, but keep it at a different time to doing the sounds. We now need to actually help them to learn to spell those first 10 tricky words. So we introduce the 10 tricky words for reading, first of all, blend, and then try and adjust the pronunciation. For example, here, when they were introduced, these are some tricky words that go on the wall. When you do the capitals, you can do the I. When you've done the naughty clowns, you can do the and the and try and get them to work it out. And then for this, they go was, was. Oh, that is tricky. And then you say, yes, that was is was. And then they look and see what is tricky about it. And it's this kind of analysing that helps them to remember for the reading and the spelling. So they have to learn that when they have a wa, they say wa. It goes for a lot of words. It's a strong pattern. If you think, when we hear wa in wash, you spell it with an A, don't you? And want, swan, all those ones, you still spell it with an A. Most of them do get spelt with an A, so it is a strong pattern which you deal with later. But at that stage, they're just learning it for reading, and when it comes to spelling, they've got to try and have a way of remembering the spelling. You choose your technique. One of them is a sort of look, cover, write check. So they kind of learn it, hide it up, write it, and see if they're right, and hide it up and write it and see if they're right. And this sort of repeating about 3 or 4 times usually puts it in. Sometimes they can actually say the letter names. Now this sometimes, because the sounds don't work terribly well, the names can work quite well. So the, T-H-E, or they, T-H-E-Y, T-H-E-Y, you know, we all chant it and so on. Or you can just sort of sound it, you know, there. You wouldn't have to worry about it, it's hardly tricky in your accent. But there, and you could do as a yow if you wanted to. So they have to find their own route. What is the easiest? Sometimes we say letter names, sometimes we say as it sounds. Was can easily be was, and they'll get that. They'll remember that. Mnemonics, sometimes for a bit of fun, we put in a mnemonic. For a word like laugh, which is an outrageous word as far as being sensible, the L is okay and that's it. If we sort of say laugh at ugly goat's hair, if we just think of the first sound of each one, it'll give us the spelling. So they enjoy that for a bit of fun, but they have to learn a few tricky words. Then you can dictate sentences, and that is going to be useful. So with your sentences that you dictate, into them you put the tricky words that you've taught them, and the rest they can write with their ears. And on the materials that I'm putting on the website, I've got dictation sentences, 3 little sentences that have that tricky word and words that they can write with their ears, and that gets them going. Mum calls out the sentence and they have a little write of it, and that will give them a very good start to going towards independent writing, because once they can do that, they can write anything they want to. Look, there's the type of sentences. This is the type of thing that will be done in class. 6 words perhaps. This will be in your second term, second and third term. 6 words, 2 sentences, and this is what it might look like. So they're getting used to it, and then they do some at home, and you'll see huge, huge jumps in the writing. Now this next one is an interesting one. It's a little bit of video. It was taken in Australia. They have shown the progression of children from one term to another with writing. It is totally artificial in that they're actually sitting on the floor as the camera, because I think sometimes with camera work you get the reflection of their work and off the table. So they've got them on the carpet individually, and you're seeing and hearing the child writing, and it's and I'll see if we can get it to work. Just give it a little time. So bear in mind the artificial part of it, but watch the progress.
Veronica was able to isolate 2 sounds in a word. Car. Can you hear another sound in cup? Hold up your fingers.
So she's not hearing the middle sound.
Right for me.
Term 2.
Went on the road. Halfway through the school year, Veronica can accurately write a simple sentence.
The car went the car went on the car went on the old road.
What do you need to put at the end of the sentence?
So watch the progress each time. First term. So he's okay on cup.
In term 1, Hamish had difficulty isolating 2 consonant blends.
Now let's sound them out and see what's right.
Not quite there.
I want you to write, the mouse went in a hole.
It's not the most ideal writing
In
conditions,
term 2,
but
Hamish came across another tricky situation. How do you write hole?
and you do hear them doing it.
Notice how Hamish has written the U in the word mouse upside down.
Actually, the sound in whole is between O and O. It's a difficult one. Anyhow.
Goat.
In term 1, Aidan found the diagraphs confusing.
Good. That isn't, there's no such thing as that word.
The snail goes on the grass. Halfway through the year, Aidan uses diagraphs confidently.
So it's quite logical. Yeah.
The snail goes the
I would expect 3/4 of your class to be doing that quite easily by the second term.
What should come at the beginning of a sentence, Aidan? Capital.
The others might still be.
Capital tree. Fantastic. And a full stop at the end. Well done. Good boy. The wind
So this is her first term. This one's more able
from the trees.
to write independently,
In term
but
1,
missing
Lara
bits.
was able to write a simple sentence, but 2 consonant blends were a bit tricky. Can you write for me, the stars come out at night? At the end of term 2, Lara is able to write a sentence using accurate spelling of the irregular word come and chooses the correct vowel combination for I in night.
Yeah. So she's got a good memory.
stars come.
So she's retaining what she's reading and knows, enough about writing. And, oops, let me try. This, so you can do that in dictation. You can write anything, absolutely anything. Okay, it's not going to be accurate spelling. Look at this one. That is very typical of second term. Just writing what they want to say, then use. 1 or 2, 3, 4 sentences, you'll start to get second and third term. You know, if you've done dictation, you've taken them through that route, and those children obviously don't do their writing normally on the floor and with the teacher just doing one-to-one. It's for the filming they've sort of had to do this. And they sometimes do what they call lightning writing. And they have 1 minute to write about a subject or something. So I want you to write something about a comic or something about a shed. 1 minute, and off they go, and then they have to read out what they've written and so on. It just forces them to get into this lightning writing, they call, which is just getting used to not thinking too deeply, just think what you want to say, down go the sounds in a word, leave a space, put them together in the next word, leave a space. If it's a tricky one, we'll try and remember how to spell it if it's been taught. And so when they know those 42 sounds, can hear all the sounds in words, and they know one way at least of writing them, then they can write whatever they want. They've just got to think of what they want to say. And usually when they're little, they're young at this, it's retelling something is much easier than totally creating a story. That a bit of lightning writing will develop a creating a story, but it's much easier if you're going to start them with writing to tell their news of what happened, or to tell a little story and then let them retell it. Just a tiny little story, you know, like the mouse came out of its hole. It was just eating the cheese when suddenly the door started to open and round the corner came the black cat, you know, something like that. Just give them a bones and then they can say what happened at the end. And they'll be off. They'll be off. You won't get the whole lot, but a lot of those children will be able to do that. And then if they have a strip like this, on one side we've got the letter sounds, the 42, so they've forgotten the O. You saw how they sometimes referred to and had a little reminder off the wall. Well, you can have that in front of them. There's some new ones with the pictures as well. I don't know if I noticed on his materials that he had more interesting looking ones. And on the other side you've got the alternatives, so when they get to the stage where they're spelling, they can hear the A, but which one is it going to be? They can start to think which one it might be. But this is typical of what we used to get. Very, very typical. Second and third term. I made lots of cakes, and one cake was burnt. I watched, it was meant to be Thumbelina, and I had some popcorn. You can just see what they're doing. Lovely. Here's an American one. On May, me and my friends went camping. At the evening, we had marshmallows. You know that's their own writing, don't you? And they went back to sleep. You just know that little fellow, what he was doing. And he's not such a natural, because look, you've got a little reverser there. And in the mellows, there's a reversing there. So he's not totally natural to it. And actually, he's very liberal with his full stops at the end. And I think dictation of sentences actually encourages them to think in sentences, and you don't get that quite so much happening if you go through the dictation of sentences route. And there we are, that's very typical. I like the next one, because here, I whoosh, the Black Beauty. They don't worry about big words or any, they just go along saying the sounds and putting it down. And I think this gives them a real liberating start to writing. You have no cues asking for spellings. Never ask the children, well, you know, don't ask them, let them ask you for a spelling. let them just get on with it. It's not that we don't think spelling's very important, but we want them to just get used to writing, and then we wouldn't correct everything. Here the teacher just wants the child to remember the tricky word saw. And so you sort of find your way. Sometimes the sounding is wrong, and you might then, like watch, it certainly isn't wooch. So you would perhaps pick up that. But what happens in the first year, it's sort of a lot of mistakes. It's just all sounding and no understanding about how the alternatives are working. But the next year you start to notice fewer mistakes, and then the year after, it's really the odd ones, and they can almost tell you which ones they're not sure about. Sometimes I used to encourage them, if they're not sure about it, put a dot underneath it, and then I'll decide whether it's the time to go over it or just leave it for later to learn. But I did worry about spelling and wonder, am I doing the right thing by allowing them to spell incorrectly? So I tested them when they were 7, and the children on average always had a spelling age of about 8.5, 8.6. So they were spelling on average well ahead of their chronological age. But I still knew I had some who were poor spellers, because in the whole group there would be some who were spelling like 10 and 11-year-olds. So I knew, am I doing the right thing with those weaker ones? And with the weaker ones, I would hang on to the dictation much longer, try and help them through dictation rather than letting them go too quickly to independent writing. But on the whole, I think it gives them this lovely freedom, the feeling of not being frightened to write words. What happens with children who are so worried about spelling it all accurately to start off with is that they end up writing the same kind of sentence. They've kind of learned a certain amount of sentences. They will only select the words they know how to spell, and you don't get such imaginative or creative writing. So I think it is a price we have to pay. Let them loose, let them experiment, and then gradually tighten up the spelling. And of course, in our Jolly Grammar, half of the teaching is about spelling, and we then go over all the diagraphs and we tighten up the spelling. We tighten up the spelling of the tricky words, we go over them all again, and then in the year after we go into word patterns, so they learn about the OUGH pattern, or the ach, etch, itch, och, uch pattern, when you spell it with a TCH, and so on, things like this. So you've got further learning, and then it just gets to the harder and harder words. So again, the same progression is from going from simple to more complex. And with luck, if we know what we're up to, we can take those bottom lots with us as well, which is what we're after. So you see how it develops into completely independent writing. And at the same time, we are still always, keeping the revision of those alternative ways of writing those sounds. So you've got the I, and so on. They just have to be so familiar with them that they know them very, very well. And, people think dictation, it sounds awful way of learning, and yet they love it. They do enjoy it. And with this lightning writing and quickly put down what you can think of about, and you give them a topic. So there they are. And I would go into lines earlier. I would go into joining earlier. This one started to do a bit of joining, some of the joinings coming in there, but it's amazing. In that year, you can go to joined up writing, and they get quite used to it. And I've got some books here if anybody wants to have a look at progression from very early type of learning until what they're doing with joined up writing within the 1 year. Very, very interesting. So let's have a look at this. The checklist. Now that's what I've given you in your handouts, the checklist. And if you have a child who is struggling then you need to find out why. And invariably, it will be linked to those letter sounds. There will be gaps there. I haven't got all of them on mine, but you've got them on yours. And then you need to find out what is not known and go back and make sure that they do fill those gaps so that they really are all the time working out the words for reading and writing. We want them to know the alphabet letters, lowercase and capitals. We want to know the alphabet order, because in our Jolly Phonics grammar, we start to do dictionary work. So we do a lot of work with the order in the alphabet, and then that leads to looking up in the dictionary. And we expect our children to be able to look up in the dictionary quite easily by the time they're in their 3rd year of being taught. So 1st year, Jolly Phonics, then into Grammar Handbook 1, then Grammar Handbook 2. We want to know as well, how well are they coping with those tricky words, either for reading or for spelling. So you've got the structure. And what is one of the beauties of it is that you always know what to do. You're never at a loss with a child. You'll know exactly what needs to be done. You've got this progression. You need to find where they are, and if there are any gaps, you must fill them. And if you sometimes can use a more able child to give a big hint to a not so able child, or I say able, just one who hasn't got the memory, and sometimes not the ear. And you know, my colleague Sarah Wernham came to our school. Now she is a very bright lass and very keen, but when she came, she thought she was going to teach the 9-year-olds, and the head had changed his mind, and she was given the 1st year. We call them reception, you call them junior infants. So there she is, and we're telling her, you've got to tune them in to hear the sounds in words, and she didn't react in the same way as a lot of other people do. And we thought, oh dear, I hope we've got a good teacher here. And it's only later she confesses that she had no idea what we were talking about, because she was taught at a time when you just learn the first, the sounds of the alphabet, so that it will help you with the first letter. She only heard the first sound in words. She had no hearing that she was aware of for the other sounds. She coped with reading because she had a brilliant visual memory. It kept her going quite a bit with a bit of guessing. But in spelling, she got the order all wrong, and she was a very poor speller, so she had to pass her exams really well to make up for the bad spelling. And so when she was told to teach it, of course she was given such clear instructions. It was one sound first, and then the next one, and then the next one, and now you say all the sounds and you hear the word, and she suddenly started to tune her ears in. And then she realized what this code was. And then she was absolutely amazed that she didn't know, because she'd never been able to look up in a dictionary if you can only hear the first sound. So she was a glue ear person, just didn't seem to have that kind of brain that was hearing the sounds naturally, needed it really enforcing. And she'd gone through the whole of her university as well, totally oblivious of the fact that the sounds linked to the symbols and unable to look up in a dictionary. And then she was fascinated, and then she was cross. Why on earth didn't somebody see my problem? Why was it that and of course that was the style of teaching. And it was just, well, here it is, this is how you spell it. How often do the teachers further up say, oh, you want to spell this word, this is how you do it, and they put it on the board and expect the children to copy. And yet copying teaches very, very little, especially for that bottom group. And I found that out quite by accident, in that I was suddenly told to go and teach a class in the juniors, that something had gone wrong with the something had happened. And I raced up there, I've got nothing to do, you know, what am I going to do for them? And so I said, right, I'll give you 5 minutes and I want you to write down the days of the week and the months. Off you go, you see. And I thought, oh, heck, now I can get something that I'm going to do with them. And I was amazed that there were quite a few children who were spelling Monday and Wednesday and, you know, the days incorrectly. And I'm thinking, how many years have you been copying that off the blackboard every week in the classrooms? So after that, when I put the date up, I would only ever put the M for Monday. They had to do the rest themselves, because I started to realize these children just copying, they don't take it on board. But when they go through the sounds and they're working it out and they're remembering the awkward little bits, they become much better. But again, you're not going to get such a strong speller from a child who's got a poor memory. It will always be that hard, much harder. But if they can learn to recognize where they're in difficulties and to look it up, and they can be taught to look it up well, then they have got every chance of doing as well as possible. And then if you make sure the homophones are known, so that, you know, the different hears, so they choose the right one, because the computers don't pick that up in our spell checkers. Not at the moment, perhaps they will in the future, we'll see. But they need to learn to get the correct spelling for that as well. So there's your checklist. That's what you're aiming for in your 1 year. You won't get there with all the spelling of those tricky words. We go over that again in the 2nd year. But that's what you're aiming for. And your top ones will go quite easily for that. Your top half of the class will. And if you're in a poorer area, a poor environment, there is no doubt about it that it is harder to teach. The children there seem to be more children that don't have the memory, and they may not have so much experience with words and so on in their spoken vocabulary, but they can all learn. And in England, they've now started to give the schools who have these deprived areas more money, because it is harder. And then if we can just concentrate on those who need the extra, give them the intervention. It's just the same things all the time. You might find different ways of doing it, you know, on different coloured paper or something, but they still have to do the same thing all the time. Blend, blend, blend for reading, and then for writing, listen with your ears and, you know, try and think of the sounds that should go with it. And after a while, it's got an A. Oh, I think it will probably be the AI, because it's not at the end, and it's, you know, I think it looks right like that. And it's the ones who read a lot will also be better at spelling, because it helps them. So let's just do the last little bit, which is the do's and the don'ts. The do's, let's, you know, read to the children the stories, develop their oral comprehension, talk about vocabulary, get rhymes in there and poems and nursery rhymes and so on. But that doesn't teach them to read. That just improves their vocabularies and their understanding, which is needed, but it's not the reading itself, getting the words off the page. Let's teach those 40+ letter sounds and make sure they can blend all through the word very easily. And let's make sure they can also identify those sounds, which is segmenting. Counting out the sounds, listening for them, and then putting them down. Then also, let's do the blending and segmenting in the beginning with regular words that they can reliably deal with, so that it gives them the confidence. You know, this is what you do when you read. You work it out, work it out. And then when we do go to the tricky words, the opaque nature of the alphabet, let's make sure that we do it bit by bit. You know, teach 2 or 3 of them, keep revising them for reading and then for spelling, and then keep on adding some more. So you're always revising and adding some more. And then after a while, you drop some off so that you're doing about 10 every day revision. And you keep on progressively going along like that. And then this identifying the sounds in words, tuning those ears in, because if they don't hear those sounds, they will be like my colleague Sarah, who has all the brilliance and the artistic and wonderful talents that she's got. It just ruins it for them if we don't tune them in and make sure they're hearing those sounds, because you can't crack a code that's based on the sounds if you can't hear the sounds. So those are the do's. Let's go for the don'ts. Don't teach sight words. And by that I mean words that the children, that have got the letters, sounds that the children haven't been taught. Always try and keep it as reliable as possible. Whole words just ruin it for the bottom group, and they also can mess up quite a few of the others. Don't let's expect the children to read books in the beginning that have words that can't be blended, because the letter sounds have not been taught. I mean, we know we have to have a few tricky words in there, and we build up, but we're teaching it before the children get there. And we gradually make sure that it's as reliable as possible so that the blending becomes absolutely automatic. And the eye goes along the line from left to right, working out the words. Keep away from any strategies that encourage guessing and just using a bit of the word to try and work out the words. Sometimes people teachers are encouraged to get the child to look and see if there's any part of the word that they recognize. But then immediately you're training the brain in the wrong way, and you'll start to get the eyes jumping up and down across the word instead of learning to go from the left and process to the right, which is what all good readers do. All good decoders do this. And so don't encourage that guessing or looking at the picture. Children who've been taught with synthetic phonics, they will keep their eyes on the print. Children who come to a word they don't know, who haven't, they'll look up at the teacher, they'll look round the room hoping for inspiration, or they'll just plain guess. See a few of the letters and guess away. And actually, once that habit is really bad, sometimes I think it's almost impossible to change. And you end up as seeing adults guessing like that as well. Keep off the letter names for the first few weeks. I think it's well worth doing that. And then don't spend as well a lot of time on phonemic awareness. Out of America has come a lot of phonemic awareness programs. And these programs are even more complicated than actually teaching straightforward synthetic phonics. So they're sort of encouraging children to listen for the sounds. The children who do this, have this type of teaching, develop excellent phonemic awareness, because we keep on isolating those sounds and calling them out. And that's when it's going to be, that's what they need. That's what they need for writing, to listen for those sounds and put it down. So you're just taking their time. It's not that it's going to do any harm, but it's taking their time away from straightforward learning how to do it with letters. And the children find it more... Now, onset and rhyme is where Usha Goswami started this off, and she noticed that the children were able to hear the word more easily when you did onset and rhyme. And that is true. If you go eat, they will hear that that's street easier than if you go eat, right? But the amount of learning there is far, far higher, the amount of memorizing, because she is expecting the children to memorize whole words or to memorize onset, which is the consonant blends, and the rhyme, which is whatever comes after. And so she took the word beak, and she said, you know, the children, when they've got beak, they can read peak and week, which was so, but the fact is that you haven't got anybody when you're reading, giving you the clue word for a start. But she also said that the children need to learn the rhymes. So they have to learn the E-A-K for eek, like in beak, but then they've got to learn E-A-M, E-A-T, E-A-F, E-A, and all those other ones. Whereas if they just learn this goes E, and they know the consonants, then it's much easier. So the amount of memorizing with onset and rhyme is far more than the memorizing of the individual sounds. And in fact, we wanted to see how our children did compared to her children in the experiment. And we took our children and we gave them the same words that was done individually in research conditions. And we found our children were better than the children she did it with. And then we did it a year earlier, so our children were a year younger. So she did it with 6-year-olds, we did it with the 5-year-olds. And so if she had actually realized what you can get from synthetic phonics, she would never have gone into onset and rhyme. And it's not that she's a bad scientist. You have to be careful with research. She researched children who had no phonics with children who had onset and rhyme. And she found that they got better results with onset and rhyme. But if she had actually done synthetic phonics, she would have realized that she was wasting her time with onset and rhyme, because synthetic phonics produced much, much higher results and much faster and younger and everything else. So it's better than no phonics, but it's nowhere near as effective as synthetic phonics. And it is an eye-opener as to sometimes research can lead us up the gum tree a bit. So we have to be careful. And actually, when a scientist like that makes a declaration, it's up to the other scientists to go and replicate it. And if they can get the same results, then it becomes a robust finding. If they can't, then it's not counted. And so she has been shown to be wanting in, because the research shows that rhymes actually makes no difference whatsoever to reading. One group had rhymes till they came out of their ears and they're brilliant at it, and the other group had none. They measured their reading later and there was no difference. And then they looked to see, when do children use analogy, when do they use the knowledge of the rhyme, and they found it's not until the children have got a reading age of about 7.5. So, it sent us in the wrong direction again, unfortunately. And I think at the moment you've got the best that you can possibly get with synthetic phonics. Simple to complex, how the code works. But if something came along that was better and worked even better with the children, was more effective, and it was shown to be more effective not just in one place but in lots of different places under research conditions, then I'd say, well, then we must all do that. I can't think that there will be anything, because you can't get more sensible than the code. That's how the code works. But there we are. So don't worry about these the phonemic awareness too much. Just do loads of what sounds can you hear, word building and so on, and the children will be all right. And let's not think that rhymes helps the reading, because it doesn't. So there we are. You see how it's structured, systematic, and what I'm hoping very much, that governments will recognize that getting a foundation is the most important thing in education. And to let children just keep going up and continuing to fail is disastrous. And if they put a bit more money into the bottom, ensuring, because if you've got a class of 30, it's very hard to find the time for that bottom group, the intervention little bits. If they provided more money, more manpower to actually make sure that those children really do master it. So now they've got to the stage of finding a system that is the most effective way. The research and everything is all showing synthetic phonics. Now they need to understand when the schools do synthetic phonics, they need to provide somebody to make sure, a literacy person who ensures that enough manpower is found for those children who struggle. And once you've got that fluency for reading and writing, the teachers can cope with the children all the way up, and the children can do well, and they will do as well as their intellect will allow, and that's just what we want. We don't want any more children who've got loads of intellect and good words and fine language development struggling, or even if they haven't got the fine language, we don't want them struggling to read. It's a straightforward, although it's complex in English, it is straightforward. It's not Einstein stuff. And if we can just get the manpower and get it done, I'm sure that we'll have a much easier time for the teachers and the children further on. And a lot of children will not get out of control and difficult, because if you go and look at all the juvenile problems and the prisons, a huge number of them have got literacy problems. And children feel it so badly. If you can't read, you feel that society says you're thick and you're no good. And it's very sad that it's the way it is, but they do feel that. If it's maths, oh, well, my mum wasn't very good at maths either, you know, it gets laughed off. But if it's reading and writing, you know, you feel it deeply, and so we mustn't let them get that. So, there we are. Any questions? Anybody? And that it's almost impossible in your own situation. Perhaps your curriculum's too wide, but make your case. Make your case for it. Try and prove me wrong, and then find out whether it works or not. That's the answer. And you know, I hope people will not take what I say absolutely on face value, but just go and find out for yourself. So there we are. Any questions? Oh, yeah.
When you're introducing the readers,
yes.
What's the best method of using them in the classroom? Do you allow children to select a book?
Well, in the beginning, we just give the book for them to take home, and we ask the parents to go. But we've made sure they can decode it. Sometimes you can then have two children and they read to each other from the same book. They're at a similar level and they can help each other. I know there's quite a bit of guided reading that, you know, a teacher takes her time and goes and listens to a group of children and encourages discussion. I find that developing discussion is better with the whole class. Once you start splitting yourself down into groups, it becomes not so efficient. And if I'm going to have to split myself, I would rather split myself so that I help those ones who've got really difficult problems. They can read plenty at home. They can have silent reading. I think that once you've got the thing going for most of the children, silent reading, 20 minutes after lunch is a very good time. It just gets the reading habit going. And now that they've got so many computers and gadgets and everything else, they've got loads of temptations to take them away from reading books. And so by encouraging them to read in class, then they will perhaps continue it at home. Encourage them to the library, have library books at school for borrowing. Once you've got it going, most people know how to stimulate them and help them. It's getting that going that is the really difficult thing. But I think reading in pairs is better than a whole group.
At their own level?
At their own level, yes, yes. And it's always, if they haven't got that fluency, it's always something that you've picked out carefully. And when it goes home, it must be something they can do. That's when parents will be willing to help. If it's, I don't want to, and they have their little tantrums and everything else, then it can go wrong. And what I used to have when I was in the second year of teaching them, they'd take their books home, and the parents would be asked to mark the cards where they've got up to with their reading. And then when they came back, they used to have to sit in their seats first thing in the morning while they were getting all their coats off and everything. And they'd read. And then I'd whiz round and see who read at home, well done, and make my little mark. So it encourages them, keeps it going. And the ones that are changing their books, they will then choose a book from the story corner, so that I'd know that their books need changing. So you keep an eye on it. And by just marking the card, it shows that you're having interest in what they're doing. You haven't got time to listen, you know. So you just sort of give the card, well done, you read last night, good for you. And, you know, if it keeps coming, well, what happened to you last night? You know, you're supposed to do your reading. And then, you know, they might say, oh, we went to the fair or whatever, you know, oh, that's nice. Let's see if you can do it tonight. And so you just keep this momentum going. And and they come in and they just put their books down that need changing. So you know your pile that you've got to deal with. And we change books very quickly. Don't dilly-dally, just change them and go on to the next one, because we've got a lot of books that we can choose from. Any? Yes, sure.
This is a question about the Jolly Grammar books. It's not for me, it's
yes.
another teacher asked.
All right.
She
oh, yes.
with sort of first class, and she's using the grammar books, but she said she's finding it quite difficult to follow them. She's wondering, is there a manual or the teacher's aid to go? What would you suggest?
Well, the grammar one is soon to be on the whiteboard, so there'll be a whiteboard. Okay. But the actual handbook, there is the grammar handbook. I mean, I would think she must have it. Yeah, okay. And there you've got your lesson notes on one side, and you've got the sheet that you use on the other side. And actually, I've had to be dealing with the new Grammar 3. And I've had to go back and look at, and I'm thinking, oh, that wasn't bad. You know, they were good. You know, not all me, but anyway. So
I use grammar. I have first and second, and I use grammar 1. But I was kind of wondering, you know, we actually have the interactive whiteboards and the CDs and everything. Yeah. But it doesn't seem to kind of, you know, there's the lesson note, and then there's the activity page. Let's say on either side of your, you know, it has the spelling and the dictation.
Yes. Yes.
But on the actual whiteboard, it's very hard to find, like for example, if you're doing adjectives or something, there doesn't seem to be a straight kind of, that you can pull up. Yeah, and a lot of people do find that.
Have you got the grammar on the whiteboard? On the whiteboard, did you say?
Well, we have
it's Jolly Phonics 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but that's not the grammar.
But it's not.
That's the first program.
No, that's the Jolly.
I
I don't think it's out yet. The grammar.
Yeah, because it's totally confusing. I was wondering how.
When you're treating 1, 2, and 3 is term 1, term 2, and term 3. If you look
yes.
at it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But are you talking about the grammar books that you use? No.
But the handbook is pretty clear, but she needs to make sure that there's been a good year or good teaching of the Jolly Phonics. You know, get that going first, and then go to the grammar handbook. You might even find that you do the spelling of grammar handbook 1, because that's like a revision of everything that they've been learning, and then do the grammar side the year later and do the spelling. So you have a bit of a mismatch, but you need to just make sure that they're strong enough for it.
So there is actually a grammar CD to come, is there?
Yes, for the whiteboard, yes. And it's looking quite nice, the development is.
And it ties in with the manual.
Yes.
That's why I was totally I was trying to use the 1, 2, 3, and I was trying to go through all the daily basics, you know.
It's not quite so. You've got the daily one in the phonics, where it's more blending, more segmenting, and so on. And then you've got sort of, and you've got 4 lessons. You've got really the handwriting, the introducing of a new letter sound, independent writing, and I can't remember what anyhow. You've not got a full week, but you've got most of it on that whiteboard. Anyhow, but the grammar, I think you will find that it will be clear. We hope. There we are. Well. there's still material out there, and anybody can come and ask questions here. And yes. Oh yes.
Of those done in case anyone needs them, because
oh, lovely, thank you.
Didn't have any.
All right, there's some spare ones of those if you didn't have any. Oh, thank you.
Email address.
Yes, I'm just going to do it now. Thank you.